Welcome to Today at Keeneland. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette with you as we celebrate the Queen, the late Queen Elizabeth II. The Challenge Cup today presented by Dixiana. As we have talked about, Gabby takes on special meaning with her passing just a few weeks back at the beginning of September.
And, you know, when you think about the Queen and her relationship with horses and horse racing, I would say it would go beyond the definition of a hobby. It was part of her life each and every day. She used to read the Racing Post every single day, and you and I both are familiar with this story in that we bumped into Bill Farish at the Keeneland September sale, and he told us a quick anecdote about how the Queen called him the day after Flightline won the Pacific Classic and just was so intrigued by him, interested about the pedigree, just asking him all these different questions. So she was truly so passionate and ingrained in horse racing until the very end.
There's a great one-page piece on the Queen in today's program, so you might want to take home that keepsake. Make sure that you check that out. The wonderful job by the team here at Keeneland. A quote from Shannon Arvin, our president, discussing the importance of the Queen, and obviously we carry on that tradition today with the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana, our Grade 1 feature for this second Saturday of the fall meet. Before we dive into our race card, though, let's take a look back at yesterday, and we'll start with race number 3, Little Grayson, coming in from Del Mar, keeping her win streak alive, 3 wins in a row. Does it this time for Robertino Diodoro, just a very honest filly that shows up, and the exact, how about $18.70 for the return as far as the best angle, made it a $10 wager. So hopefully you followed along there. Tejano Twist, the home field advantage horse, taken to the main track again yesterday.
Yeah, this is a new segment that we've had on Today at Keeneland, and it's been a successful angle. Tejano Twist getting the win yesterday. Around the Sun with a big victory at 15-1. Nice Keeneland sales graduate.
Doing it for BBN Racing, Big Blue Nation Racing. They filled up the winner circle there. Always great to see Strobe once again doing what we saw from him back on Derby Day. That is just blitzing a field. And what was the figure he got?
95. So he got a 99 in his debut, but 95 today. And that was, you know, partly because he was coming in off of a pretty lengthy layoff. In the Sycamore, we saw Graham Motion get another victory here at Keeneland with Highland Chief. Boy, has he had a meet.
He really has, and he's tied right now in the trainer standings with Todd Pletcher, 4-apiece, along with Brad Cox, Kenny McPeak with 3, Wesley with 3, and Florent Giroux with 6 wins, led by Strobe. Yesterday, Joel with 5, Irad with 5, Luis with 5, Johnny V with 5. So a very tight race in the jockey and trainer standings, and we look forward to watching this play out over the course of the next couple of weeks here as we'll conclude this meet on the 29th of October and then roll right into the Breeders' Cup a week later. But that's a look back at yesterday. Let's check in with our friends at WKYT for the Saturday weather.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm WKYT meteorologist Allie Blake, and if you're heading out to Keeneland, well, today looks to be another great one at the races. And here come the horses on the screen. There they are, and we likely see another really good day. Temperatures back into the 60s. We likely start off in the mid-60s as those gates open, getting almost closer to near 70 degrees with that sunshine. A couple clouds out there. Keep in mind, it will be a bit breezy out there, so hold on to your hats and your hair. We likely, of course, could see some gustier winds from time to time, but I do think a very nice day on tap as we get into your day at Keeneland. Dry track as well. I hope you guys all have a great day.
Thank you so much, Allie. Let's take a look at our full card selections for the afternoon. Again, best way to stay current on these full card selections, download the Keeneland Race Day app on your smartphone or your tablet as we take a look at this 10-race card. Go to work, Gabby Gaudette.
We do not agree on the feature, but we do agree in the first race, the third race, the sixth race, and the 10th race. So we do line up on a couple of races, and everywhere in between we go in pretty much completely opposite directions with the exception of race 4.
Again, Keeneland Race Day app, download it right now on your phone, on your tablet. We're asked all the time who we like each and every race card. It's right there for you. So just go ahead and download that app. Not that we won't give you our thoughts on the day. We love interacting with our fans out here at Keeneland Racecourse. Social media at Keeneland Racing on Twitter, at Keeneland on Facebook, on Instagram at Keeneland, and also give at FanDuel TV follow. As we've transitioned into the FanDuel era, formerly TVG, the TVG app is still the way in which you can play at home, but the FanDuel Plus app is the best way to access today at Keeneland on the FanDuel Racing channel. That formerly TVG2. FanDuel Plus is available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. I was using it this morning to watch Champions Day over at Ascot. So very good race day worldwide today. Baid defeated in its final start in the Champions Stakes. But they had the Queen Elizabeth II Stakes there as well, and there was an upset on Champions Day at Ascot.
Lots of upsets today.
Yeah.
Nature Strip getting beat as well last night, right?
In the Everest, yeah.
In the Everest,
Down in
so
Australia.
worldwide.
All right, those are a look at the social media particulars. Let's dive now into our featured event, the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Here's the field. New Year's Eve is scratch. McCulloch, even money on the morning line, the Grade 1 winning filly for trainer Chad Brown.
She has the fastest figures coming into this race. We'll get into her in a bit just because I like her, I think, a little bit more than you did. You decided to beat her today.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shot with the West Coast Invader. This is Bella Bell, a daughter of Bilardo, who came over from Ireland. She, in her first two starts at Santa Anita, was very impressive and was able to, Santa Anita and Del Mar, rather, winner of the Blue Northern, winner of the San Clemente, and then in her most recent start in the Del Mar Oaks, ran into the buzzsaw that is Spenderella. Spenderella, this was her follow-up race from that run over at Royal Ascot behind Inspiral, who was one of the favorites earlier today in that Queen Elizabeth II. But this is a solid performance. I mean, if Spenderella is in this field, she's the favorite, I think, over McCulloch. So Spenderella, different level type filly in this crop of 3-year-olds. And I think Bella Bell, each race she has gotten better with her speed figures, and obviously a lot of it has to do with stepping up in company, what she did in the Del Mar Oaks. So Umberto Rispoli comes this way. He rode the stake yesterday, got a chance to see him. He's brilliant on the turf course. He knows this filly. Give me Bella Bell, and she gets firm going, which is going to be a big plus for her as well. For McCulloch, I just wonder if maybe 1 1/8 isn't ideal for her. I mean, this is the
Too
premier 3-year-old Grade 1 at the end of the season, the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana, but maybe it's a touch too short. And then the one-horse California Angel, remember last year what she did in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine, upsetting that field. Her couple of races on the turf this year are really not that bad. In fact, they suggest that she's gotten better this year. So don't sleep on California Angel. Rafael Bejarano gets back with her for the first time since the Breeders' Cup last year.
I hear you on this distance. It might not be her best distance, McCulloch, but I still think she's a class of the field and she can overcome it.
She's a Grade 1 winner. Of course she's a class of the field.
A little bit further. Let's take you back to her most recent victory, and this was at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet. Look, this was a very good win. I thought Irad Ortiz Jr. rode her to perfection this day, because if you go back to the Saratoga Oaks Invitational back on the 7th of August, I thought the reason why she got beat that day was because it was a very soft pace and she had to go wide. She found herself towards the back of the pack. The winner went gate to wire. She had a come around the entire field, and she just ran out of time. So that her lone recent loss, I thought she had a legitimate excuse. And I think Irad Ortiz Jr., you don't want to take a horse out of their preferred running style. But even if she does find herself a little bit farther off the pace, I think he'll probably try to make an early move with her so he can attack the field by the time they hit the top of the stretch. That, to me, the defeat in the Saratoga, I thought, we learned a lot from how she wants to be ridden, and maybe even making an early move as we saw last time out at Aqueduct. So I did use her on top. The 2, Gina Romantica, the other Chad Brown runner, I'm going to use second. She, too, had a very wide trip against a slow pace last time out. This comes from a very, very nice family. She was actually my draft pick at the Keeneland September sale a couple years ago, and just really cool to see her go on and become stakes placed. And then finally, I will use the 5, Bella Bell. I actually talked to Graham Motion earlier today because I wanted to find out about Spenderella, and he said that she had to get a small procedure. She's out for the year, but hopefully comes back in December to train for next year. So really looking forward to that, though, because she is a special filly.
Yeah, Spenderella is absolutely a next level type filly. We've seen it. We saw it with that run in the Coronation over at Royal Ascot, that runner-up finish, and also saw it on full display in that backtrack that we showed you from Del Mar in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oak. So it's a brilliant renewal of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. For more, let's go to Tom Leach.
George Leonard will put the saddle on California Angel, and you know she likes it here from last fall when she won.
Yes, we do. She did well here in the past.
You laid her off from March until her most recent start down at Kentucky Downs. Anything go wrong or just needed a break?
Just gave her a little time to grow up, a little mature. She had a tough 2-year-old campaign and just a little time for her.
For folks that look at the buyer speed figure scale, off that layoff, she ran her best number in the comeback race. How do you think she moves forward off that?
I think she's grown. She should improve. We thought that a little time off, and as a 3-year-old, she'd be better.
A little bit of rain this week, so it's not quite as firm as it was last weekend. Does she have a preference for the ground?
I think she likes it firm, but I don't think it'll bother her none like the way it is now.
What is the key for the jock to get her best run? How would you like it to unfold?
Well, I put it in Raphael's hands. I think he knows her. He's done well on her. Just however she sits comfortable and make one run.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
George Leonard, he's got California Angel in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana.
I love that they're back here taking a shot. She's upset field. She has won races that she wasn't expected to do so, and why not give it a go in this Grade 1 during the fall here at Keeneland. And I want a black Stetson hat, and I want to be as cool as George Leonard one day in my life.
I don't think you can ever be that cool. Sorry, Scott.
That's pretty true.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a fair point. All right, let's move into our key race analysis of the afternoon. I'm going to take us to race number 8, non-1 is a 2 allowance race for fillies and mares, which have not won 2 races in their lifetime. Cancel This 2-1 on the morning line over Scenic Masterpiece, who's 3-1. Cancel This is the top play for me in this race. I go 2, 6, and 1. Race starts the late pick 3. Obviously part of the late pick 4 and the late pick 5. We'll talk about late pick 4 in just a bit. But going back to her Churchill run, most recently on the 23rd of September, a solid third-place finish in the end. There she is. She swings 5 wide off the turn. She had post position number 7 on this day. She doesn't get that same sort of draw here today. Gets post position number 2, which I think will be a crucial aspect of her success here this afternoon. Wanting to switch leads at this stage of the game, so hopefully she's able to do so here today. But even with that lack of lead change, she's still gaining ground on those fillies to her inside. So a better trip today, hopefully not as wide. She earned a strong figure that day. Give me Cancel This on top. Love the name from the Johnson family, Corey and C.J. Johnson's C.J. Thoroughbreds as well. And then the 6-horse, You So Silly, another well-named filly, daughter of Lee, out of the Phil Sims barn. She looks primed for a big effort as well off of that most recent effort and what she won. And then the 1 filly, Ain't Broke, for Brett Calhoun, who does so well with horses coming off of layoffs as she is. Draws post 1, needs to be fast. We know that. So 2-6-1 in race number 8 today. Good filly race sprinting on the dirt.
I'm going to take us to a little bit earlier in the card. We'll take a look at the 6th race. This race does kick off the late pick 5, pick 3 wagering, also available. Sunny River is your 8-5 favorite. For trainer Brad Cox, Florent Giroux aboard today. I think this Brad Cox flow train keeps rolling, especially in this particular race, because I think this filly has met a modest field today, and also she looks to be the controlling speed. We'll take you back to her last race, though. This was against Maiden Special Weight Company at Churchill Downs, where she suffered a pretty brutal defeat at 89 cents to the dollar. You can see her coming down the stretch in the Juddmonte Silks, and she just can't get up in time. Now, the winner of this race is Jag Warrior. Jag Warrior came back to run an allowance race here at Keeneland on opening weekend, and she wound up getting the victory via disqualification, if you remember that race on opening weekend. But still, I thought that was a good race. This filly had to work out a trip from the outermost post position 12 of 12, going the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs. Today, I think at a 1 1/16 against this group, she's going to control.
All right, so there you go. 7-8-4 for Gabby in race number 6, which obviously we'll revisit these picks once we get to these races, and also make sure you got that Keeneland Race Day app downloaded. Home field advantage came through yesterday. Tejano Twist with a 7-1 upset in a race where a big, heavy favorite was part of. And as far as race number 10 today, that's the home field advantage horse. I just love this horse, Beverly Park. We saw him win twice during the fall meet last year, which is not easy to do. Lynn Cash has taken him around the country. I mean, you look at the racetracks that he has visited this year: Churchill, Timonium, Colonial, Delaware, Belterra, Thistle, Churchill, Belterra, Monmouth, Charlestown in his last 10 starts. Just load him up, take him wherever you want to go, find him a race, find him a starter allowance race, and he shows up. And he won last time out. Remember, he was scratched out of a race 2 days back at 6.5 furlongs in favor of this 6-furlong race. He's won 3 of 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse. And the campaign that he's had this year, I failed to look this up, but hopefully we'll get a chance to look this up. How many horses do you think have run 23 times this year, let alone win 11 races? I doubt that there's a horse that's won more races.
Oh, my gosh. I didn't even see that.
21 wins from 40 starts. So he is a wonderful horse. We look forward to Beverly Park. He's just
in modern times, I know this happened all the time back in the day, but in modern times, I can't remember seeing a horse that's run 23 times before the end of the year.
Yeah, and start 24 comes today, and who knows? It's only, what are we, October, mid-October?
Yeah,
He'll find another spot for him, maybe
sure.
over Churchill or something. So Beverly Park, he's a treat. He's a Keeneland graduate as well from the 2018 yearling sale, and he's made over $471,000. So look for Beverly Park in that nightcap today. Home field advantage, 3 for 5 lifetime at Keeneland Racecourse. Our sale grad spotlight is going to take us early in the card to race number 2, the 11-horse Evaluate. There he is going through the sales ring at $310,000. I think the announcer, more than anything, helped with this. That's just my thought. Wade Cunningham on the mic there with the auctioneering.
Something
they
apparently
do the work.
was very funny.
That's Justin Holmberg being the jokester. You uncovered that during the September
I'm well
sale.
aware.
But Evaluate, the 11-horse in this spot, race number 2 for Klarovich Stables and Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., 5th on debut, looking to take a step forward, a Son of City of Light.
Son of City of Light, and we've seen City of Light in his first crop be very good. Chop Chop being one of them.
Yep.
There was another runner, Gaslight Dancer, another impressive maiden winner at Kentucky Downs, and it seems like they can run on anything, but particularly good on turf.
Yep. So looking forward to that Keeneland spotlight on the grad from last year. That is race number 2. All right, clock reports for the afternoon. We'll start with race number 6. Your horse,
All right.
Sunny River. 5/8 of a mile, 101 and 3. Eager to do more, both local breezes. Pedigree can handle more ground. And then in the 10th and final, the race that features Beverly Park. Don't forget the 1 in race number 10. Look Good and Recent Breeze, loves the distance. Running style fits in a race with a lot of speed. So race 6, the 7. Race 10, the 1. Today's clocker report. There were some big names working today here at Keeneland. Rich Strike went out real early, 5:30 in the morning.
Today or yesterday?
Today's Saturday. Yeah, he came out and worked today. The Kentucky Derby winner, Jack Christopher, Goodnight Olive worked, and there were some turf workers as well. So some serious work being put on, and that's going to be the theme in the lead up to the Breeders' Cup. Obviously, we're focusing on these Breeders' Cup World Championship horses. Friday and Saturday are really going to be the days where you see, weather pending, horses work, and looking forward to really hitting the ground on those morning shows when it comes to the Breeders' Cup.
And a lot of horses coming here early. Sometimes we see horsemen decide to ship in a little bit on the late side, but it seems like a lot of the main contenders will be here early, so we'll be able to spend a lot of time with them.
Epicenter's been here for a bit, one of the top contenders for the Classic. All right, let's jump into our multi-race exotics of the day. Late pick 4, $54 investment for me. Starting in race number 7, this 2-year-old maiden race. I've got the 11 on top there, but I'm going to use 4, 8, and 11. The 11 Ashcroft for Wesley Ward, a colt by Munnings that's out of a route turf winning first dam, and both of the half siblings to this colt were route turf winners. So added distance, Ashcroft for me as the top play, but backing it up with the full horse Worthington for Mike Maker and the 8-horse Daryl's Bolt for Chris Hartman. Coming out of that Loggins race, how can we not bet everything that is coming out of that Loggins maiden special weight race from September 17th? Race number 8, 1, 2, and 6. The 2's the top play. Obviously cancel this, but ain't broke for Brett Calhoun. And then the number 6 horse, You're So Silly. And then race number 9, going to find some coverage in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes presented by Dixiana. California Angel, past stakes winner here, Gina Romantica, and then the number 5 horse Bella Bell and McCulloch in this spot. And then finally in race number 10, we'll go with 4, 9, and 10. $54 investment, late pick 4 today. 50-cent minimum wager, starts race 7. Did I make a mistake?
So you're leaving like 2 horses off in the QE2.
I am.
Okay. All right, here's the pick 3. We could not see things more differently.
You just wanted to make sure that you got that out there.
Yeah, I did.
Did I leave the winner off the ticket?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I singled. I think it's McCulloch. But race 5, which kicks off the Turk pick 3, $3 wager. I had coverage in the first leg of the sequence, race 5, with the 1, 2, 4, and the 8. Win from within, I think, makes a lot of sense. I didn't use In Love in the top 3, which is the number 4, but he scares me enough to use him cautiously in that pick 3. In the 7th race, a mile on the turf course, I used some coverage there too. The 2, 4, 11, and the 14. Don't forget, Miranda writes the 14 does draw in off the AE and has the figures to be competitive against that group. Talk about a good name. Miranda writes by Constitution out of In Jail.
Who's by Into Mischief. All ties together.
Yeah, and then single, obviously, McCulloch and the featured QE2.
Don't forget, Turf Pick 3. Make sure you ask for it by name when playing with our tellers here at Keeneland. If you're looking for it on a self-service terminal, it's its own event, that Keeneland Turf Pick 3 $3 minimum wager. Key angles, best angles of the day. I'll start with race number 5. And race number 5, a wide-open allowance race, craftily written condition that allows so many of these horses to be in here. You've got In Love, Grade 1 winner, Kentucky Ghost, Gray's Creek, Mr. Wireless. Help me with the pronunciation of the 2. I can't even pronounce pronunciation.
You can't even speak English, let alone French, but I have no idea. Moulage?
Kurt, back us up on that one. Shoot us a text. I've got the 7 on top.
That was on my to-do list during COVID, was to learn French.
How'd that work out?
You see how that's going.
Well, you've got time now. You should do it on the drive home. Grace Creek for Larry Best OXO Equine is who I'm going to lean on. And this is a horse that belongs with this group, in my opinion. And I think will be a solid price. We're going to go back to the Ellis race on the 21st, where he was able to win as the favorite. He got Lasix again. Now, it's not noted in your past performances, but he does race on the race day medication Lasix this afternoon, and I think that's key. But part of the reason that I like this horse, saying that he belongs with this group, not only did he win last time out, 2 back he runs in the Jaipur behind Costa Creed. We saw him run in the Coolmore Turf Mile, multiple Grade 1 winner. Prior to that, he was running against Camp Hope right here at Keeneland. Camp Hope is a freak when he's here at Keeneland for Kenny McPeak. So Gray's Creek on top for me, with all underneath, hopefully catching a price, just an $8 investment. But I do like Gray's Creek, and obviously if I'm playing this exacta, I'm also going to be betting him to win in race number 5.
All right. I always pick that horse, Gray's Creek, and I didn't today, so you know what that means. Into the winner's circle. All right, I'll take us to race 4. It's an open $40,000 claiming. Race 6 furlongs on the main track. And these are the races that I really like because I do not trust the favorite. The 6, Macron. Did you pick the 6?
Yes.
Yeah, of course he did. It's the favorite. But this horse does drop in class. Look, the race, the Iowa Sprint, was so good. And then what has he done in the last 2 races? He's been I don't want to say really bad, poor horse, but
he's run against better horses, though.
Yes, this is a big drop in class. I get it. This is a big drop in class, but sometimes that doesn't even matter at the end of the day. Although I was wrong about that one filly, the mare, Center Isle, I think that one for Paulo Lobo.
That's right,
and OXO. So anyway, I went in a different direction. Roll the video. I went to the one Emerald Express. This is the victory last time out against $30,000 claimers. Yes, it's against easier company. Yes, we have some class droppers, but this horse is in good form right now. This was a big win for him. On the inside, I think he can get a ground-saving trip, hopefully gets a little bit of running room in the late stages of the race. I don't necessarily think he'll be on the lead, but he won't be too far off of it. And here is the key to this. Juan Cano, who trains him now, first off the claim on the dirt. He wins at 20%, finishes in the money at 41%. His claims are very good, and you can attest to that.
But what about first off the claim on a Saturday during the fall when it's sunny?
I didn't get too convoluted and specific with this stat. It's first off the claim on the dirt, okay? And most of his claims are dirt horses. Anyway, $10 to win on the one. Emerald Express to try to beat not only the 6 Macron, but also the 5 Cost Basis, your 2 favorites.
For me with Macron, we'll touch on that later. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot pick of the day.
We'll go to race 7 for the long shot pick, and it is My Sanctuary. Now, this horse has no form whatsoever, first-time starter. That's not a category where trainer Ian Wilkes has big numbers, but with the right horse, we've seen him be able to have horses that can fire first time out. This horse has Dynaformer in the pedigree, and that usually equates to liking this turf course at Keeneland. So on that angle, I'm going to give a shot to My Sanctuary to hit the board and hopefully win and give you a big price on the Saturday card.
I had 4 top pick winners. You had 3. We actually had a pretty decent handicapping day. But even when I do better, I lose in this. Like, you have just outmaneuvered me with these side bets. I admit that. You've duped
checkers.
me again. 1898 for Gabby Gaudette. Seems like an important year for some reason. And then 1464 for me. So you beat me by $4 and change.
Yeah, but you did have a really good day to handicap. Okay, the side wager of the day. Macron does not win.
See,
Hold on. Here we go. Macron or Cost Basis. Neither of the 2 favorites win. Will you take that?
That's fine.
Yeah?
I'll take that.
I mean, that is... I'm like
that.
Giving you this on a silver platter.
Okay, I'll take that.
Okay.
See, the thing about Macron, just going back to him for a second, do we have a second? We do. We have a few seconds. Where else are you going to run him?
No,
I mean,
get
he's
it.
run through his condition. You're going to look for a 3rd-level allowance race that they're rarely filled, rarely written. He's obviously not good enough in stakes company right now. He beat a solid field at Prairie Meadows. Steve Asmussen is here to win races.
He's a favorite for a reason. I get it. There's so many reasons to like this horse.
And the Asmussen barn's rolling right now.
I
They're
know.
clicking. They're
I
clicking.
know. I think I'm stupid for doing this wager with you, but
I would never say that about you.
It wouldn't be the first time
Play
I've
for
done
the
something
silicone.
stupid.
Silicone, right? Silipont? Oh, Silipint.
It says it right there.
Silipint, Keeneland Ale. They're you can't break them.
But you have to tweet it as #Team Scott, #Team Gabby.
Enjoy Queen Elizabeth's II Challenge Cup Day presented by Dixiana.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's off the diggity!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
This new Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Where in this wide world can man find nobility without pride, friendship without envy, or beauty without vanity? At Dixiana Farms, we stand by a simple principle. Better for the horse. We let them roam free like nature intended. And when ready, we unleash them on the track.
It's in the post, has the lead by a length. It's in the post to win it.
Dixiana Farms, where quality lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, Keeneland welcomes Pause and Listen to the paddock. Pause and Listen is the all-female ensemble audition from within the University of Kentucky's Women's Choir. They sing pop a cappella music and are wonderful ambassadors for the university, performing regularly in concerts on and off campus and for various functions in the community. Today, Pause and Listen will first present our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away, away. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away.
Please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket
Keeneland is proud to recognize Marianne Black from Concessions as the Employee of the Day. Marianne, congratulations.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast. The turf is listed firm. Rail set at 0 feet for the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. Start of the daily double pick 3 wagers that will continue throughout the course of the card. Also begins the early pick 5. In that first race, scratch number 3, Blue Steel. Scratch number 3, Blue Steel. Second race is where the early pick 4 gets underway. Scratch number 3, Simply Wow. Also scratch 14, The Jackal, 15, Tizzy Tantrum, and 16, Decanted. That's in the second race. Scratch number 3, Simply Wow. Also scratch 14, The Jackal, 15, Tizzy Tantrum, and 16, Decanted. Please note, number 13, Solomon Vandy, draws into the race. 13, Solomon Vandy draws into the race. Also, there's a jockey change on the 4, Iron Crusader. That'll be Rafael Bejarano. 4, Iron Crusader. Jockey will be Rafael Bejarano. No changes in the third event and no changes to report at this time in race 4. Turning to the fifth race. Race 5, start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. And that is its own special wager, separate and apart from those rolling pick 3s. Ask for the Keeneland Turf pick 3 by name. In that fifth race, number 7, Grays Creek, receives Lasix. Please note, number 7, Grays Creek, receives Lasix. Sixth race is the start of the late pick 5. There are no changes in race 6. The seventh race, start of the late pick 4. In that seventh race, scratch number 1, Safe Trip Home. Scratch the 13, Code 1. Also scratch the 15, Permafrost, and scratch the 16, Miller's Right. Seventh race, scratch number 1, Safe Trip Home. Scratch number 13, Code 1. Also scratch the 15, Permafrost, and the 16, Miller's Right. Please note, number 14, Miranda Rights, draws into the race. 14, Miranda Rights, draws into the race. Eighth race. No changes at this time. Featured ninth race. Grade 1, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Scratch the 4, New Year's Eve. Scratch the 4, New Year's Eve. 10th and final race, no carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 6, Big Sport. Scratch the 7, Feast. And scratch the 8, My Man Flintstone. Again, that's in the 10th race. Scratch the 6, Big Sport. Scratch the 7, Feast. And scratch the 8, My Man Flintstone. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Saturday to you, Kurt Becker, and for those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse and abroad, Scott and Gabby with you for this 10-race card, and what a special day it is going to be as we celebrate the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. I think the Queen would be proud of this Grade 1 group of 3-year-old fillies assembled.
She was a fan of racing. She always wanted to learn about racing, too. She always educated herself on racing from day one until the very end, and we honor her today by the QE2. And also, if you're out here at Keeneland, something really special that Keeneland did recently, they planted 6 cherry trees in the infield to honor her as well. It was part of the Queen's Jubilee initiative with the Green Canopy initiative, where she asked individuals, schools, businesses worldwide to plant trees to honor her and the 70 years on the throne. So, if you're out here, obviously they bloom in the spring, but we're just spending the day today honoring the late Her Majesty.
And as we said on Today Keeneland, make sure you grab yourself a copy of today's program. There's a beautiful one-page tribute on behalf of Keeneland to the late Queen. But let's take a look at that field. It's race number 9, post time for the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. It happened around 5:16 Eastern Time. New Year's Eve is a scratch, so a field of 6, with the headliner being McCulloch, the Grade 1 winner for Chad Brown.
I think McCulloch is certainly the horse to beat. Now, you have a little bit of trepidation in terms of the distance. I think she'll be just fine. Other horses in here, the number 5, Bella Bell for trainer Phil D'Amato. She comes out of the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks, a really nice filly. And Chad Brown also represented with the likes of the 2 Gina Romantica, who was a Keeneland Sales September graduate, over $1 million.
Chad Brown looking for his 5th win in the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. That's the feature. The first is coming up at the top of the hour. Race number 1 now 20 minutes to post. Backside of the Moon, the number 5 is the 8-5 favorite. There's a look at our top selection. That is 2nd of July for Kenny McPeak. Jack Milton Gelding, who has taken a drop in for $32,000, remains on the main track, has speed, which is needed to win these mile to 16th races, it seems, each and every time with that first wire finish. So hopefully Brian Hernandez Jr. can get him out of the gate quickly and get over and clear and save as much ground as he can from post 7.
I think he should be able to do this or do that. This horse has a lot of natural speed. They tried the turf once again with him last time out. He's just not going to cut it against 2 other than Allowance Company. So the Connection's taking, an aggressive approach to drop to the $32,000 level. This horse has only been in for a tag once before in the past, at least, or I should say twice before in the past. One time a winner, one time a third. This is just aggressive placement to try to get a win.
Backside of the Moon, our second selection, 8-5 right now as the favorite. The 10-year-old son of Malibu Moon, still getting it done. He's had 2 wins this year, both of which have come in his last 2 races. And you've got to respect consistency like this, and Diodoro has him going good right now. Tyler Gaffalione gets the opportunity to ride the 10-year-old in start 63 of his career.
It's incredible to see that horses that are still performing at high levels at the age of 10. And this horse comes off of back-to-back victories most recently. He won a tough 2 other than Allowance back in July at Churchill Downs, and he was well spotted last time out to get another victory. This horse, I think, has a lot of natural speed, maybe not as fast as the 2nd of July, but he should be tracking him early.
Number 4 horse, Karam, is currently 8-1 on the board for Eddie Keneally. First off, the claims, the angle here for me for Keneally. They took this horse for $25,000, bring him into this $32,000 straight claiming race off of a 7-month layoff. So off the layoff as well, the stats are strong for the barn. We'll see how he fares on the move back to dirt. It seems an interesting move because his success has come on synthetic and turf, but trust the process, trust the conditioner, and I do so, especially here at Keeneland. Eddie Keneally with the 4 with Martin Garcia.
He has had limited starts on the main track. The most recent event was back in 2019 in the Allen Jerkins, a 1.25-mile race on the main track where he finished 3rd in a field of 6. He's definitely not the same horse that he once was. We'll see. You like him a little bit more than I do.
You like the 6, Frosted Grace, your 3rd choice, 6-1 on the board. Post 1 for him last time out at Churchill Downs, was 2nd behind the favorite right now in this race, Backside of the Moon. So if you like the 5, you've got to respect the 6.
Exactly. And look at the discrepancy in odds, 3-2 versus 6-1. This horse can certainly hit the board. He has the class to do it.
Race 1, 17 minutes to post. Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Day presented by Dixiana gets underway, and race number 1 starts the early pick 5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. 3-year-olds and up with a $32,000 claiming price, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 3, Blue Steel. Again, scratch number 3, Blue Steel. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 5. Post time in 7 minutes.
Money for Mischief, the number 8 horse. One thing you may or may not notice is the blinkers. He's got a very significant outside extension blinker and draws post position number 8 here today, so he's furthest to the outside. And when horsemen put these types of extension blinkers on a horse, it's to keep them from going in that direction. So he's been wearing blinkers for some time. I would imagine with that extension blinker, given that he's been with Juan Cano for quite some time. But outside draw, outside extension blinker, how do you think that plays into this race? Does it at all with that outside extension blinker?
Well, he is a big long shot. I think it would maybe be a different conversation if he was a favorite or what have you. But generally speaking, horses break towards open spaces. They're gravitated towards open spaces. So with him having drawn the outside post with that extension blinker, he has no horse on his outside to keep him straight coming out of the starting gate. It can be a bit of a problem, but that's why that equipment is there, to help with that problem. I just thought he looked good on track, and maybe this is a scenario where this horse is doing really well and Juan Cano deciding to step him up in class. He's a big long shot, and Juan Cano does very well with his claimers.
Yeah, stepping up from 10,000 to 32,000 is a big jump up in class. There's the number 5 horse on the screen. Backside of the moon, the current favorite, looking for 3 wins in a row. Diodoro had a win yesterday with Little Grayson. We'll see how he fares with this 10-year-old gelding, son of Malibu Moon, looking for his 11th lifetime victory. Good luck in the opener. 4 minutes to post. Start of the early pick 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. Backside of the Moon comes out for the early lead. There's Karam down to the inside. 2nd of July moves up to join that lead group as they head down into the first turn. And Frosted Grace is also up close as well. But 4th, angling out toward the center of the track, Mr. Tip will hug the rail. Pit Boss next to last. Money for Mischief is last and is running 6 lengths from the front. Back up at the front of the field now. Karam moves up the rail and has the lead. Leads it by just a neck. Here's 2nd of July, drawing alongside from 2nd, a length and a half. Frosted Grace is next just to the outside of Backside of the Moon. 24.17 seconds the time for that opening quarter. Backside of the Moon now taking 3rd, just a length and a half off the lead down to the inside. Gap of 2 to Mr. Tip. Pit Boss Money for Mischief, who's wide at the back. Midpoint of the backstretch, Karam, the leader. Karam leads it by a neck. 2nd of July goes 2nd by a length and a half. Frosted Grace 3rd by just ahead. Backside of the Moon, 4th back toward the inside. It was 48.42 seconds the time for the first half mile. Mr. Tip, Pit Boss Money for Mischief last. 5 lengths front to back. Onto the far turn they go. Karam and 2nd of July go 1-2, separated by just a head. Frosted Grace 3rd up on the outside, a length off the lead as they move midway on the turn. Backside of the Moon is still toward the inside, looking for some running room now. Tries to find it between horses. Quarter mile to go. Frosted Grace is in the clear on the outside, moves up to challenge 2nd of July, and Karam, who's still there toward the rail, top of the short stretch. Backside of the Moon has to swing out to the center of the track from 4th, still 3 lengths off the lead, and then Mr. Tip is in 5th. Here's Backside of the Moon now with clear running after that lane change, but has to get by Frosted Grace, who's stubborn with that lead. Frosted Grace by a length. Frosted Grace a length and a half. Frosted Grace for Edgar Morales in the opener. Backside of the Moon was home 2nd, and then it was 2nd of July in 3rd, and Karam was 4th.
The number 6, Frosted Grace, turning the tables on Backside of the Moon, and the key to this victory was just getting the jump on him at the top of the stretch. It makes such a difference when you're running to that first wire here at Keeneland.
It does. Frosted Grace was 2nd behind Backside of the Moon last time out, and he turned the tables today. It was a difference between 6-1 and 3-2. It's going to be 6, 5, 7 unofficially to kick off the Saturday card.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 6, Frosted Grace, was first. Number 5, Backside of the Moon, second. Number 7, Second of July, was third. And number 4, Karam, was fourth. 6-5-7-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Frosted Grace, owned by Jeff Allen, Michael Thomas, and Joseph Wider, trained by Donald Habib. Edgar Morales, the jockey. Frosted Grace, 6-year-old son of Mark Valesky, out of class by Thunder Gulch. Bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones. 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.59 seconds. Results of Keeneland's first race official, 6-5-7-4, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Turf is listed firm, rail at 0 feet today. Double pick 3, early pick 4 wagering offered here. Scratch number 3, Simply Wow. Also scratch 14, The Jackal, 15, Tizzy Tantrum, and 16, Decanted. Again, scratch number 3, Simply Wow. Also scratch 14, The Jackal, 15, Tizzy Tantrum, 16, Decanted. Please note number 13, Solomon Vandy, draws into the race. Again, 13, Solomon Vandy draws into the race. Jockey change on the 4, Iron Crusader, Rafael Bejarano. Rafael Bejarano, the jockey, for number 4, Iron Crusader. Looking ahead, no changes in race 3, no changes in race 4. Turning to the 5th race, a reminder in race 5, number 7, Gray's Creek, receives Lasix. Race 5, number 7, Gray's Creek, receives Lasix. Fast track, firm turf.
Two-year-olds on the turf for race 2, start of the early pick 4. We're going to start with the number 8 runner in here. My top play, Curly, Larry, and Mo for owner George Sharp. Good race last time out on turf. Gets to stretch out to a route of ground. They take the blinkers off. I think a lot of positive signs for this horse going a route for the first time.
The only problem is sometimes, Scott, and we saw it yesterday, we see it often, sprinters stretching out to 2 turns, say 5.5 to the mile. It's really hard for them to not be keen given their natural early speed. The blinkers off should help, though, with that.
Let's go to the 11 Evaluate for Klarovich Stables. Chad Brown debuted at Kentucky Downs at close to 9-1. That's not the norm for a Chad Brown debuter, especially on the turf course.
This horse was bumped significantly coming out of the starting gate, and when I went back and watched the replay, on top of that, the pace held. Mendelssohn's Secret decanted. They went 1-2 around the racetrack. Look for a completely different performance from this horse, especially with the blinkers on and a cleaner break.
The 4 is 9-1 Iron Crusader, first-time starter for Michelle Nihei, has had 4 workouts on the turf course, was purchased in March as a 2-year-old in training, purchased for $300,000. Rafael Bejarano gets the opportunity. They must have liked the turf works to debut on turf.
Yes, and if you look at the pedigree, Good Samaritan, if you go back to the second generation of the female family, the mare, she was actually a graded stakes winner, grade 1 placed on the turf. She hit the board in the grade 1 Del Mar Oak, so there is turf pedigree on the bottom side.
Definite turf pedigree on Royal Salute for Brian Lynch, Raroma Stable, colt by Oscar Performance, Dan Silly First Dam. A lot to like about the pedigree. Oscar Performance, the sire of the 1-2 finishers in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes.
Yeah, just think about Oscar Performance and his progeny on the turf, and the winner is who won the Bourbon Stakes, Deer District, who was the runner-up. We also saw G. Laurie, just some of his first crop horses to go on and do really well on the turf. And as you mentioned, the pedigree out of a Dan Silly First Dam, eloquently, she was actually grade 1 placed on the turf.
9-1 on the 12, Spanish to Bloom for Bloom Racing, colt by Malibu Moon, Mark Cassie. 2 solid turf races to date in his career.
You got to like the progression that this horse has made, especially last time out, almost got the job done.
Iconicus is the 9, and 11-1, a colt by Ironicus, who was a brilliant turf runner and did so at longer distances. Comes out of 2 sprint races. Hopefully can build off of that today for David Cohen and Wayne Catalano.
At least he has those 2 races under the belt, Scott, and 6.5 sometimes plays more true to the mile here. So the progression and distance should help him. Taking those little stepping stones along the way should help him achieve the mile today.
Big full field to start the early pick 4 here at Keeneland on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Mockmer Hall. Maiden special weight, 2-year-olds at a mile on the firm turf. Rail at 0 feet. Double pick 3, early pick 4 wagering here. Scratch the 3, Simply Wow. Scratch 14, the Jackal. 15, Tizzy Tantrum. And 16, Decanted. A reminder, number 13, Solomon Vandy draws into the race. Jockey for the 4, Iron Crusader, is Rafael Bejarano. Contrary to the program, Rafael Bejarano rides the 4, Iron Crusader. Post time in 5 minutes.
There's a look at the 8-horse Curly, Larry, and Mo, a son of Uncle Mo, Motown rather, who is a son of Uncle Mo. Blinkers come off. His owner, George Sharp, tell me they always thought turf would be his game. They got him on the grass last time out, felt that longer would be better. So that's the build up to this kind of a race that he's going to be running in here today. Odds of 6-1, part of a very wide open group of young horses on the turf.
I'll agree with that statement. This is extremely wide open. Man, even after looking at some of these individuals in the post parade, it really doesn't make the picture any clearer. But I think that's encouraging words from the connection, Scott, considering how well this horse ran first time out at Saratoga on the dirt. If he has the potential to improve off of that race, then yeah, he could certainly pull this off.
Game warden, the number 10 horse, Saez in the saddle, Luis Saez. They've tried him 2 times on the dirt between Saratoga and Churchill. Got okay results at this horse that they paid quite a bit of money for, and now moves over to the turf course. I mean, he's by Tappet. Tappets can seemingly do anything, it seems.
Why do all of Belmont's horses look so classy? I mean,
because he's in the Hall of Fame and he gets good horses and he's a really good horseman.
But they all look so wonderful, and this one included. I don't know what to do with him. He's 10-1 right now. He's presenting himself so confidently, so professionally on the track. And just taking a look at his pedigree, he is by Tappet, but he's out of a Medallion d'Oro mare, Glory and Power. The mare, she actually broke her maiden on the turf, and this comes from the family that produced St. Liam and Fantastic. fantastic.
Evaluate the 11, our Keeneland grad spotlight horse from today at Keeneland. He was just classy. I mean, he came out, just walked onto the course. Everybody kind of perked up on their toes, and he just walked out there like he's done it a million times before. Klarovich Stables, colt by City of Light from that first crop, as we've talked about, that have done well with horses like Chop Chop and done well on the grass. So at 2-1, the difference, I think, for the public in these win pools is the Chad Brown factor. That's why he is this much of a favorite over these other horses.
Yeah, and I can understand that. This is a very complex and difficult race, so you have to lean on what works, and what works is Chad Brown on the turf, especially with Irad Ortiz Jr. And this horse did have things, they didn't go his way first time out. I mentioned the pace held together. He was bumped out of the starting gate. He needs to get out of the gate, though, with that outside draw, and perhaps the blinkers will help remedy that.
Pick 4 pool quickly approaching $200,000, 50-cent minimum wager. Get those plays in. It's race 2 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Mockmer Hall, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Curly, Larry, and Mo right out for the lead. Read On is there down toward the inside. Solomon Vandy moves up from the outside in third position. Here's Read On scooting up the rail into the first turn to press the issue for the lead. But at the front, it's going to be Curly, Larry, and Mo who moves by and has the advantage. Curly, Larry, and Mo against the rail leads it by just a length. Solomon Vandy moves up in second on the outside of Read On in third. Iconicus moves up the rail from fourth. Spanish Doubloon goes fifth. Game Warden is sixth. Royal Salute toward the inside is in seventh. Bayou Chrome is eighth. Evaluate is ninth. In Between Horses Joint Venture goes 10th. Gucci Boy is 11th. Iron Crusader is last of the 12. 23.62 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Curly, Larry, and Mo leads it by 2 lengths. Solomon Vandy's second a half length as Iconicus goes third toward the inside. 49.39 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Spanish Doubloon is in fourth on the outside, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Read On is fifth in between horses. Bayou Chrome is wide in sixth position. Royal Salute is seventh. Evaluate is eighth. Moves off the rail between horses, tries to find some more running room, has a lot of traffic to deal with, though. They turn for home. Curly, Larry, and Mo with Solomon Vandy right alongside. That's the lead battle. Spanish Doubloon will take aim from third, but still 3 lengths off the lead. Curly, Larry, and Mo, a narrow lead here. Solomon Vandy is in second. Spanish Doubloon is third. Curly, Larry, and Mo with the advantage by almost a full length. A 16th to go. Solomon Vandy second. Curly, Larry, and Mo to win it for Francisco Arrieta. And then it was Solomon Vandy across the line in second. 1 minute 38.08 seconds.
Brilliant job by Francisco Arrieta out on the front end, down the backstretch as he was entering the final turn. Looking back, seeing where the competition was at, they tried to come to him, but he had plenty left in the tank to go ahead and re-break as he stretches out to a route of ground for the first time. Curly, Larry, and Mo striking at 5-1.
And this is a great ride by Francisco Arrieta, just getting this horse to settle and take a breather within the middle fractions of this race, because it is difficult going from 5.5 furlongs stretching out to the mile for the first time. Sometimes it's really hard to get those horses to relax, but he did a wonderful job and taking them from start to finish. Curly, Larry, and Mo getting the victory here at 5-1. It's going to be 8-13-5 unofficially for race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 8, Curly, Larry, and Mo finished first. 13, Solomon Vandy was second. Number 5, Royal Salute was third. Number 12, Spanish Doubloon fourth. 8-13-5-12 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner of the Mockmer Hall, number 8 Curly, Larry and Mo, owned by George Sharp, trained by Kyle Caramore, Francisco Arrieta, the jockey. Curly, Larry and Mo, 2-year-old son of Motown, out of Maria Lua by Maria's Mon. Bred in New York by Hidden Lake Farm LLC and Donna Bernhard. 1 mile over the turf, listed firm today, 1 minute 38.08 seconds. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 8:13.512, the official results for Keeneland's second race. In the winner's circle, the Mockmer Hall Trophy presentation to the connections of number 8, Curly, Larry, and Mo. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is fast, turf is firm. No changes in race 3, none in race 4. Looking ahead to race 5, a reminder in the 5th race, number 7, Gray's Creek receives Lasix. 5th race, number 7, Gray's Creek receives Lasix.
Move on to race number 3 on this 10-race card, $20,000 condition claimers. There's the number 4 horse, Busy Echo for Greg Foley. Brilliant Racing, tag team racing, teaming up with this filly by Dialed In. Big class drop for her here today. She's got the speed. I think she's got the stamina to see out the 7 furlongs. That's why she's sitting as a very close second choice in the wagering in the 7-horse field at odds of 5-2.
Yeah, the last time that she dropped in for a tag, Scott, she won. She just has been maybe a little over her head as of late. That was a very tough first-level allowance race last time out. Tough starter race with a fast pace going maybe a touch too far. 2 starts back at Churchill. So they freshened her up off of 2 back-to-back disappointing performances and now coming back against realistic competition.
Sue Ellen Michigan is the slight favorite right now. There she is, the number 5 horse, a daughter of Mo Heyman, winner last time out at Finger Lakes. She won her debut at Saratoga against New York breds. I think the reality with this filly is that when she's properly spotted, she shows up. Her middle 3 races, she ran in the spinaway, she ran in the slop, she ran on the turf. So they drop in for 20 today, which may be a bit questionable. But if you want to win here at Keeneland, sometimes you have to be aggressive.
See, I think that is very questionable, and she also hasn't raced since July. Look, this is a type of filly, Scott, that she could win by a pole today, or she could lose at a short price, and I really wouldn't be surprised by either result. She just isn't really consistent, but on her best day, yes, she should win this. We just don't know which side of her we'll see today.
Super Tale of Houdini is the 7. Andrew McKeever doesn't claim a lot of horses, just has 1 claim recently from the stats I have, but he himself claimed this filly for himself off of a win at Churchill Downs for $10,000.
Claimed off of the previous connections there, Gennaro Garcia for $10,000, and now steps up in class. I think this horse won because of the drop in class. She was having a really tough time getting through the $30,000 claiming level, the $20,000 claiming level. We'll see if a new barn, new surroundings will turn this filly around, but she has been struggling through this condition before in the past.
We're always looking for trends at these meets here at Keeneland, and I'm going to continue with this trend. I'm going to go back to these Iowa Invaders, horses coming in from Prairie Meadows. PRM is the abbreviation for Prairie Meadows on the left side of your form. Legendary Gift comes off of a win. Tim Martin looking for another win this meet, and we'll see how she fares here today as she'll cut back in distance, which I think that she'll be just fine tracking off the pace.
Well, she's also taken her form elsewhere, too. She had a win at Delta Downs, but she was competitive against much, much tougher at Oaklawn over the winter. So she can take her track with her performances with her from track to track, and you might be onto something there, Scott. It's an interesting angle, but it's been an angle that's been working.
Race number 3 is coming up in 13 minutes. Just waiting for the riders up call. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up with a $20,000 claiming prize, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. No changes in this third event. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
We come front side to take a look at the 3-horse Weekend Fun, who is 5-1 right now. A mare by More Than Ready, who was claimed in her most recent effort up at Saratoga about a month and a half ago. And she kind of had that not quite Zenyatta prance to her, but she has her routine, her body language in the post parade, and it was on full display when they were walking past us.
Yeah, really bringing her front legs up and striking a pose, so to speak, and has a lot of confidence on the track today. Scott, this was a horse that I was actually considering as maybe a live long shot, as she is on the board at 5-1. Just by looking at her past performances, and after looking at her on track, I like her even more. It's been a while since she's consistently been on a fast main track, but those races were fast. I know they might not be comparable to the field today, or maybe she's just not in the same form that she once was in, but her dirt races are fast enough to be competitive against this group. I really like what I see from this mare on track.
Happy with what I see on this with the 6 as well. Legendary Gift. I think she's a nice looking filly as you see her warming up on the other side of the pony. Kylie Jordan, she's got a big date ahead of her with Tyler's Tribe in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. So once again, these Iowa invaders doing well this meet at Keeneland.
Exactly, and this filly you can see on track just by how she's presenting herself that she possesses a lot of natural speed. She's a fiery little thing out there, and I think she, much like last time out when she went the mile, she showed speed. I think she's going to show a little bit of gate speed, just how she's behaving today, at least from that observation, Scott.
Race number 3 coming up quick here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. Sue Ellen Michigan comes forward in the opening strides, takes the early lead coming away from the gate. Busy Echo is up close as well, though. And there goes Legendary Gift up on the outside. Sue Ellen Michigan has the lead. Gets over to the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Legendary Gift goes second by a length and a half. Busy Echo is third by 3/4 of a length. Weekend Fun is fourth up on the outside. Forever Home moves up the rail a closer fifth within 4 lengths of the lead. Super Tale of Houdini is in sixth. And Ball Lightning, last of the 7, 22.51 seconds, time for the opening quarter. Back up front, Sue Ellen Michigan against the rail, leads at a half length. Legendary Gift is second by 2. Weekend Fun is third by just a neck as they round the far turn. And then Forever Home back toward the inside. Gap of 6 back to Busy Echo. Super Tale of Houdini and Ball Lightning is last. They come for the top of the stretch. Sue Ellen Michigan leading Legendary Gift still by just a half length. Forever Home swings to the outside from third, but is still 3 lengths from the lead. Sue Ellen Michigan is the leader. And Legendary Gift is still there on the outside, has been there every step of the way. Moving by the 8th pole, Sue Ellen Mishkin leads it by a length. Legendary Gift second, now 2.5 lengths separate the top two. Sue Ellen Mishkin by 3 past the 16th pole. Sue Ellen Mishkin to win for jockey Corey Lannery. Legendary Gift in second, Forever Home across the line third, and Weekend Fun was fourth.
Straightforward as it gets in winning a horse race. The cleanest horse gets the victory. Sue Ellen Mishkin breaks sharp, goes to the lead, really never gets much pressure and is able to keep on, even with the 6 trying to chase her down late. It's all Sue Ellen Mishkin for Gold Square LLC.
And she didn't really have everything go her way on the front end today, but she did take some early pressure from the 6 Legendary Gift, and Legendary Gift tried to hang on with her as long as she could, but at the end of the day, the drop in class made all the difference for Sue Ellen Mishkin, who had some class coming into today. You just didn't know what side of her you'd see. Today, we saw the winning side at 9-5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 5, Sue Ellen Mishkin first. Number 6, Legendary Gift second. Number 2, Forever Home third. Number 3, Weekend Fun was fourth. 5, 6, 2, 3 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 5, 6, 2, 3. The official results in the winner's circle. Official winner number 5, Sue Ellen Mishkin. Owned by Gold Square LLC of Al Gold. Trained by George Abreu. Corey Lannery, the jockey. Sue Ellen Mishkin, 3-year-old filly by Mo Heyman out of Robin of Half Moon by Uncle Mo. Winner bred in New York by Gold Square LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 26.29 seconds. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast, turf is firm today. No changes in this fourth event. Looking ahead to race 5, a reminder in the 5th race, number 7, Gray's Creek receives Lasix. That's the 5th race. Number 7, Gray's Creek receives Lasix. Checking the 6th race. No changes at this time in race 6.
Race number 4 now, 18 minutes to post. There is a good look at the number 6 horse, Mackmer, a gelding by Frosted for trainer Steve Asmussen, coming out of much tougher company. Winner of the Iowa Sprint, ran against Flash of Mischief in his most recent start in the David Vance at Remington Park, and Flash of Mischief, a St. Louis Derby winner from just last year, and also ran against Special Reserve. Special Reserve we saw here trying to defend his title in the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes at the beginning of the meet. But I'm going to trust this drop in class for Steve Asmussen, who's had a nice meet here at Keeneland this fall.
Yeah, this is a big drop in class, and just to kind of, put this in perspective, this horse is coming out of Stakes Company, and in the last 2 starts, he ran a very fast buyer speed figure in the Iowa Sprint back at Prairie Meadows in July. He got a 100 buyer speed figure for that victory. So it is interesting that he comes back and he drops in for 40. I think it's partly because there's really no more conditions to run this horse in. He probably just needs to drop in class, and he very well could do it, but I just don't ever like to go with a potential heavy favorite who is dropping after 2 bad races, Scott.
It's 8-5 right now. We'll see what the post-time price is on the gray. There is Emerald Express coming up next. There he is, the 1, Colt by Tappet. He's been claimed a bunch in recent races and comes off of a victory when with Mike Maker, now with Juan Cano.
His best race on paper was last time out, though. He got an 82 buyer speed figure for that victory. It was against $30,000 claimers. I think the key to him, Scott, he's tried different distances before in the past, whether it be 5.5, 7 furlongs, 6.5 furlongs. 6 furlongs seems to be his best distance. That was a distance that he went at last time out. That's a distance he returns today. Once again, Juan Cano first off the claim on the dirt. He hits at 20%, always a very shrewd claimer.
Lieutenant Junior Grade is the number 3 horse. Corey Lannery looking for another win here on this card, looking to go back-to-back. In fact, after winning with Sue Ellen Michigan. But this is a horse that I wouldn't be shocked if he's able to make the lead. He's done so in the past and been successful. So there's a good chance that he could outbreak those inside 2 runners from post position number 3.
I would be surprised if he makes the lead in here, but there is no, I think, clear-cut pace setter. So we'll see what happens with him. More so, I thought he had a really good setup, 2 starts back, and then kind of a flatter performance last time, but he is pretty consistent for the most part. So I think if you look at the price, he's definitely worthy of a horse to throw into some exotic wagers like the Exactas and Trifectas.
Race number 4, 16 minutes to post here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. 3-year-olds and up with a $40,000 claiming price. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. No changes in the fourth. Main track listed fast. Turf is firm today. Post time at 7 minutes for race 4.
Six minutes out from race 4 on today's program, and we have a heavy favorite with the 6, Macron, for trainer Steve Asmussen. He's 3-2 right now. He looks great, so I can't say anything more positively about the 3-2 favorite. So we'll talk about some other options. Now, on paper, the 5 cost basis, the horse you're looking at right now, seems to be the most logical horse to upset the favorite. He comes at a very tough 2 other than allowance race last time out, where he faced the likes of a horse by the name of Elite Power. Elite Power would go on to win the Grade 2 Vosburg, and he's headed towards the Breeders' Cup Sprint. So that just goes to show you the significant class relief. He's been up against it the last couple of times. Now, Robertino Diodoro, we know how good he is off the claim. I thought that it wasn't really encouraging that they claimed this horse for over $62,000, and first off the claim, they drop him in for the $40,000 tag, but he does look good on track. And a lot of the time we see these barns, Robertino Diodoro included, they want to take these drops in class just to get the W at Keeneland. The Connections got a win yesterday and hoping to get another one today, but the horse does look good on track, and he is a logical upsetter for the favorite. As we go to the number 2, Shadow Matter, this is a longer shot on the board at 12-1, and if you're looking at a big price to maybe throw into the mix, I would consider this horse. Watching him parade around, watching him in the post parade, he just seemed like he had a lot of positive energy, on his toes, a really racy looking individual, and it looks like Bentley Combs, his conditioner, has him in very good form and very fit for today's outing. So we'll see what he can do. The 2, Shadow Matter, big long shot at 12-1, but they all have to beat the favorite, at least according to the public, and that is the 6, Macron. We'll see what he can do.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. They are at the post. And they're off. Lieutenant Junior Grade comes out for the lead. Macron a step quicker, though. Macron moves up along with Cost Basis. These two come to the front to contest the pace as they head up the back stretch. Lieutenant Junior Grade down to their inside in third. Here's Cost Basis now for the lead. Cost Basis leads it by a half length. Macron goes second a half length. Lieutenant Junior Grade sneaks up the inside a closer third. But then a gap of 2 more lengths back to Money Mike in fourth. Emerald Express is fifth. Aggressivity is in sixth. And Shadow Matter is last of the 7. The opening quarter, 22.57 seconds. Cost Basis leading Macron by a neck around the far turn. Lieutenant Junior Grade is third, a length and a half off the front pair. Gap of 3 more lengths back to Money Mike, and then a gap of 5 more back to Emerald Express. Top of the stretch, here's Macron coming after Lieutenant Junior Grade, and Macron has the lead. Now Lieutenant Junior Grade's going to come right back after him. These two have opened up by 5 with an eighth of a mile to go, and then further back Money Mike. Cost Basis has dropped back along the rail, but Macron still going at it with Lieutenant Junior Grade past the 16th pole. Macron from the outside, Lieutenant Junior Grade to the inside. Lieutenant Junior Grade wins it by a neck. Macron was home second.
Lieutenant Junior Grade, the Florida-bred son of Field Commission, so game down on the inside. The favorite had his measure, got in front, but Lieutenant Junior Grade and Corey Lannery fights back on the inside. That's back-to-back on the card for Sealand.
Yeah, really no excuse for the favorite. He had everything go his way, but Lieutenant Junior Grade was just so tenacious down on the inside. He was defeated at one point, and he came back. He would not take this loss today. He gets up for the victory at 5-1, giving his trainer Alexis Clare her first victory at Keeneland. Congratulations to the Connections.
Photo finish, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 3, Lieutenant Junior Grade, was first. Number 6, Macron, was second. Number 4, Money Mike, third. Number 7, Aggressivity, fourth. 3647, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Lieutenant Junior Grade, owned by Hoffman Farms Racing, LLC, of Keith Hoffman, owned also by Alexis Clare Racing Services, LLC, of trainer Alexis Clare, Corey Lannery, the jockey. Lieutenant Junior Grade, a 4-year-old Ridgeling by Field Commission, out of Shanagare by Greatness, bred in Florida by Edward Seltzer, Beverly Anderson, and Jason Horner. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 10.44 seconds over the fast main track. The results of Keeneland's fourth race official, 3647, the official results. First Keeneland victory for Alexis Clare, back-to-back wins on the card for Corey Lannery. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Doubled and pick 3 wagering featured here. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also begins the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Turf is listed firm, rail at 0 feet. Main track is fast. In race 5, a reminder, the 7 Grays Creek receives Lasix. Number 7 Grays Creek receives Lasix. No changes in race 6. Looking ahead to race 7. In the 7th race, scratch the 1, Safe Trip Home. Scratch 13, Code 1. Scratch 15, Permafrost. And scratch 16, Miller's Right. That's in the 7th race. Scratch the 1, Safe Trip Home. Also scratch 13, Code 1. Scratch 15, Permafrost. And scratch 16, Miller's Right. A reminder, number 14, Miranda Rights, draws into the race. 14, Miranda Rights, draws into the race. 8th race has no changes. Featured ninth race, Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Scratch the 4, New Year's Eve. That's the ninth race feature, Scratch the 4, New Year's Eve. 10th and final race, Scratch the 6, Big Sport. Scratch the 7, Feast. And scratch the 8, My Man Flintstone. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 6, Big Sport. Scratch the 7, Feast. And scratch 8, My Man Flintstone.
Race number 6 begins the pick 6, also starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Make sure you ask for that bet specifically if you're playing the popular $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. And we're looking at Grays Creek, 9-1, good price. Expected to get a price like this. OXO Equine, Pioneer of the Nile, 6-year-old, who's run against some tough company. We talked about this morning on Today at Keeneland. Ran a winning race, won the last race that he was in. Prior to that, running against Casa Creed in the Grade 1 Jaipur, ran against Camp Hope last spring here at Keeneland in that third-level allowance condition, back in against the allowance company. And I think this is some of the softer competition that he's seen in quite some time.
Scott, I have always liked this horse. I can't tell you how many times I've picked him and bet him, and I really haven't had that much success in doing so. And today I jump off the wagon, and he'll probably win at 9-1. He's a classy horse.
You go to Mega City. I think I can figure this one out. Just didn't handle Kentucky Downs on that day. Is that the idea with Mega City the one?
No Lasix. Look at that.
Fair enough. Good point.
If you look at his last race, he didn't get Lasix, showed speed, faded, finished 10th in a field of 11. The last time that he didn't receive Lasix was at Turfway last December. He was 6th in a field of 7, beaten 12 lengths. So I really do think the medication helps this horse. Sometimes we see that be true, especially with speed types, kind of horses that need the lead as well. And I think Mega City will benefit from getting the addition of Lasix today. But not only that, it was a very tough race last time out. The winner was a Law Professor. That horse came back to finish 2nd in the Grade 1 Woodward, going gate to wire in that particular race. So talk about class relief. He's getting a big one.
So is Muyaj, the number 2 horse for Chad Brown, Madakat Stable. Michael Dubb, E5 Racing. He ran against Grade 3 company in the Bernard Baruch in his most recent effort. And then his U.S. debut, he ran into Mira Mission, who we saw as the favorite yesterday in the Sycamore Stakes. So you've got to respect the competition. Obviously, Irad and Chad always are here at Keeneland.
Yes, and now I think with Chad, he sends out so many live horses day in and day out here at Keeneland. You kind of have to ask yourself, which Chad horses do you think are legitimate and which Chad horses do you think you want to try to beat? This one was the one on the card that I wanted to try to beat. He can't win every race, Scott. He can win a lot of them, but he can't win every race. I opted for some other Chad horses a little bit later today and throughout the weekend, obviously singling his runner in the QE2 later.
You like the 8, 9-1. Third choice for you, Wind From Within, into Mischief Colt. Keeneland graduate from the November sale last year. A 5-time winner, 3 wins this year, comes off of a stakes win.
Not too familiar with this rider, but he rode him to victory last time out in the Red Bank, going gate to wire, and Carlos Rojas. And he comes here, the connections, Jorge Delgado, he wins at a high percentage really everywhere he goes, whether it be Monmouth or even in South Florida. So his horses are always live. The best case scenario for this horse is to go to the lead and never look back. But at the same token, I think the one Mega City is equally as fast, maybe even faster. And he has the advantage of having drawn the rail post position today.
Once again, a key race today with the start of the pick 6, start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. That sequence, races 5, 7, and 9, includes the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. Good luck with race number 5, 14 minutes to post.
Dixiana is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Dixiana will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each of the Dixiana named races and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $500 cash award. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Tower Hill, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up. Turf course is listed firm. This race at 1 1/16 over the firm turf, rail at 0 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover, and also start of that Keeneland Turf Pick 3 made up of races 5, 7, and 9. A reminder, number 7, Grays Creek receives Lasix. Post time of 5 minutes. The winner of the Dixiana Best Turned Out Award for the 5th race, Alvaro Sanchez, the groom for number 9, Mr. Wireless. Alvaro, congratulations.
Here's a look at a Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland Racecourse. In Love, Bonchance Farm, and stud RDI, a son of Agnes Gold, who was able to win the Keeneland Turf Mile last year in that Grade 1 event, coming from well off the pace. He's yet to win since then, but he's faced some tough company. Was recently 5th at Kentucky Downs. Hopefully he can bounce back today. Lasix going back to this 6-year-old gelding.
Sometimes horses can peak at a certain time for whatever reason, Scott, and when you look at his form, it's almost like a bell curve, right? He definitely peaked around the fall. Last year, he won the Grade 1 Keeneland Turf Mile. He came back to run in the Breeders' Cup Mile, and that was actually a better race than what it might appear on paper. He had trouble, and he was only defeated by the best horses in the world by just over 3 lengths, but he's trying still to get back on track. I really did not know what to make of him in this race, but he is 5-2. The betting public has some confidence in him. He does look good on track. I think part of the reason is that he really does need everything to go his way, as he is a deep closer. He comes from the clouds.
The 3 Kentucky Ghosts for the partners at BBN Racing. They had a winner yesterday with a first-time starter, and Big Blue Nation Racing represented by this 5-year-old gelding who's looking for his first win at Keeneland, but he's done a lot of good for this group. Part of the first initial offerings for BBN Racing, and he's made nearly $370,000. So looking for a win here at Keeneland, which would be a big one for this partnership.
He definitely looks racy today. Just pay attention to him as we get closer to post time. He was getting a bit of a lather on his neck from the rains. He looked like he was getting a little warm. It is a cool day, so maybe something to consider. But I will say one thing about him. I think his best races have come at a mile and a 16th, and he finds himself back at this distance today.
Once again, race 5 begins the pick 6, starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9, the sequence for the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Tower Hill, start of the Pick 6, also start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Win from Within from the outside. Mouillage is in between horses. Mega City is there down toward the inside as they head for the first turn. Mr. Wireless comes away running in fourth. Win from Within goes to the front, leads it by a length and a half. Mega City will go in the second position by 3/4 of a length. Mouillage, a lane off the rail, is third. Mr. Wireless, fourth up on the outside. Spectacular Gem is a wide fifth. Current hugs the rail, moves up one spot from sixth. In Love behind that one, seventh. Gray's Creek moves by from the outside from the eighth position. Break of 3 more lengths. Kentucky Ghost is last, 23.01 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Win from Within has the lead by just over 3 lengths. Mega City tries to cut into that margin from second. Spectacular Gem moves wide in the center of the course. Third by just a neck as they head for the far turn. And then comes Current, who's next down toward the inside. Mouillage right in front of that one. They are joined by Mr. Wireless to their outside. 47.05 seconds the time for the first half mile. Win from Within, leading Mega City only by a length and a half now. Spectacular Gem goes third. Mouillage is in fourth. Mr. Wireless, Current, Gray's Creek up on the outside, comes next as they move toward the quarter pole. In Love is next to last, and Kentucky Ghost is the trailer. Win from Within is still the leader. Win from Within on top by 2.5 lengths to Mega City. Mouillage is third down toward the rail, tries to find an opening there to try to come after the leader, and then Mr. Wireless, who's down toward the rail, trying to squeeze through an opening there. Mouillage switches to the outside. Mr. Wireless up the inside. Win from Within, and Love comes down the center of the course. Kentucky Ghost is running late down toward the inside, and Love, Win from Within, Kentucky Ghost, and Love, Kentucky Ghost, and Love, Kentucky Ghost. Kentucky Ghost wins it. In Love was up for second, going to be close for third. 1 minute, 41.05 seconds.
Kentucky Ghost, the son of Ghost Sapper out of the aftermarket First Dam closing range, getting his first win here at Keeneland Racecourse, as there was a lot of opening down on the inside of this turf course for him to work with, and BBN Racing strikes twice in consecutive days.
BBN Racing, the horse's name is Kentucky Ghost. It was only a matter of time before this horse got a victory in Lexington, Kentucky. And he got a great trip closing from off the pace. The rail completely opened up to get up at 7:01.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 3, Kentucky Ghost, was first. Number 4, In Love, was second. Number 9, Mr. Wireless, third. And number 2, Mouillage, was fourth. 3-4-9-2 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Tower Hill, the official winner of race 5, number 3, Kentucky Ghost, owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, trained by Victoria Oliver. Rafael Bejarano is the jockey. Kentucky Ghost, a 5-year-old gelded son of Ghost Sapper out of Closing Range by Aftermarket, bred in Kentucky by Blue Devil Racing Stable LLC. Mile and a 16th over the turf-listed firm, 1 minute 41.05 seconds. 3:4.92. Those results are official for Keeneland's fifth race. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Tower Hill, Luis and Coy Martinez representing Dixiana. They present to the connections of number 3, Kentucky Ghost. Keeneland, 6th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast. Turf listed firm today. Race 6 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in the 6th race. Looking ahead to race 7, a reminder in the 7th race, scratch the 1 safe trip home. Scratch 13 code 1. Scratch 15 permafrost. And scratch 16 Miller's Right. That's in the 7th race. Scratch the 1 safe trip home. Scratch 13 code 1. Scratch 15 permafrost. And scratch 16 Miller's Right. A reminder, number 14, Miranda Rights, draws into the race. 8th race has no changes. Featured 9th, the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Scratch the 4 New Year's Eve. That's the featured 9th. Scratch the 4 New Year's Eve. 10th and final race. Scratch the 6 Big Sport. Scratch the 7 Feast. Scratch the 8 My Man Flintstone. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch 6 Big Sport, scratch the 7 Feast, and scratch the 8 My Man Flintstone.
Race number 6 comes up next here at Keeneland Racecourse. This 6th race, a maiden special weight for fillies and mares 3 and up, mile to 16th on the main track. The 7 is the heavy favorite, Sunny River, Brad Cox, Juddmonte Farm homebred, and a daughter of Arrogate that comes off of a second-place finish behind Jags Warrior, who won via disqualification on opening weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse. So this filly has showed up and finished second in all 4 of her starts. She herself also DQ'd out of a win back in June at Churchill Downs. So you can't knock the consistency, and that's why she's all the way down to 2-5 as it stands right now.
She's been pretty unlucky in her career. That disqualification where she won pretty easily. I mean, obviously she was DQ'd, but she crossed the finish line by over a length in the end. And then unfortunately last time out at 89 cents of the dollar, she suffered a defeat to go against Jag Warrior. Now Jag Warrior has turned out to be an okay filly, and I think this filly finds herself in a very manageable group. What sold me really though, Scott, was the first wire finish and the fact that this filly does look to be the controlling speed.
Fine Cotton, the number 3. Ray Gutierrez gets into the saddle here in a few moments, and Ray, he can be aggressive with his mounts, and maybe the situation here for Lothenbach Stable and Neil Pessin. This is a filly that's had a dozen opportunities to break her maiden.
I just think if they go to the inside and get pressed by the 7 Sunny River the whole way around there, that's not going to be a good outcome for this filly. So I am curious to find out what the situation with the strategy will be for this filly in the end to finally break through after 12 career starts.
Forever After All, a lovely pedigree, daughter of Connect, out of that First Dam, stakes-winning First Dam, Julia Tuttle, homebred for Dixiana Farms, our presenting sponsor of today's Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup. And this is a filly that's knocked on the door in her last 3. We'll see how the shortening up to a mile 16th is going to suit her. That's the one question mark, I think, biggest question mark that she's got to answer.
Sometimes it can help horses who close. It just makes their kick a little bit more potent. So I'm not too against that. And I do think that she is one you really have to consider. I used her second here. I just think she's got a completely different running style than the favorite, and it might be hard for her to overcome at this particular racetrack with a short stretch.
Sweet Lady Ivanka is the 6th. She was 3rd in that Sunny River race at Churchill Downs, beaten 8 lengths in the end. So she was well behind Sunny River in that spot. But one of the differences here for her today is that she gets her first true 2-turn test off of those 1-mile distance races between Churchill and Ellis.
Yes, that will certainly help her. She's another contender, but unfortunately she might be having a chase in the wake of the 7 Sunny River.
And inventing the number 4, 5-1 right now for Todd Pletcher. Luis Saez inventing is a daughter of Union Rags that was purchased for $390,000 at the Keeneland September sale in 2020.
It's one of these situations, we talked about this a couple days ago, I feel like, for Todd Pletcher. He had Summon Your Courage, is that the horse's name, where it was kind of a long time maiden? It was something similar to that. And once we see these Todd Pletcher horses not be able to break their maiden in their first, second, third, fourth career start, oftentimes it leads to a drop in class.
And she's not getting it here today. There's no question about that. This is a tough group, 1-2 on the number 7 horse, Sunny River. Race number 6 at Keeneland on this Saturday card does start the late pick 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Ashview Maiden Special Weight Fillies and Mares age 3 and up at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. No changes in race 6. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Fast track firm turf. Post time at 6 minutes.
Taking a look at the number 5 horse, My Sanctuary. She showed some good life once she came out onto the race course and teamed up with the pony for Lothenbach Stables, a homebred for Mr. Lothenbach, Ian Wilkes, the conditioner of this number 5 2-year-old filly that, excuse me, I'm taking a look at race number 7. Let me back it up to race number 6. Shaw Girl is who we're taking a look at. That is the number 5 horse on the screen. Shaw Girl for Dale Romans, the gray daughter of Frosted Saint, showing that good life. This is for Kent Thompson, so good luck to this team sending out this 3-year-old filly. She's yet to hit the board, but she showed some good energy, and she's showing it here in her warm-up. That is Shaw Girl, the number 5 horse, 28-1. Number 6 horse, Sweet Lady Ivanka. She's a beautiful filly. She really covers a lot of ground in her walk and big, long body. Wouldn't be surprised if she's able to run a big race here today. 9-1 right now as it sits on the tote board for the number 6 horse. That's Sweet Lady Ivanka, Del Ridge Farm, homebred, that daughter of Candy Ride. So I think 2 turns will suit her based on her build. I really think that she'll take a big step forward here today. That's the 6, Sweet Lady Ivanka, just getting a good look at her. And then Sunny River, there is the favorite in the Juddmonte Silks, Orange Saddlecloth, 3-5 right now. Clocker pick this morning on today at Keeneland. She'll be the one to beat based on the wagering, but you're going to have to accept a very short price. Race number 6 begins our late pick 5 today on Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Day, presented by Dixiana.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Ashview, start of the late pick 5. First wire. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Sunny River for the lead. Fine Cotton has early speed as well. Forever After All comes away running in third. Sunny River to the front. Fine Cotton there to the inside in second as they head into the first turn. Sunny River clears with the lead. Gets over to the rail. Fine Cotton switches lanes. A lane off the rail now in second position. A length and a half off the leader. Oma the Great goes third by just a neck. Forever After All. Fourth on her outside. Inventing back toward the inside is fifth. Sweet Lady Ivanka is sixth. Break of 5 more lengths back to Mo Happy in seventh position. Shaw Girl last of the eighth opening quarter, 24.18 seconds onto the backstretch. Sunny River leads it. Sunny River on top by nearly 2 lengths. Fine Cotton second, a length and a half to Oma the Great, who goes third by a length and a half. Inventing looks for some running room between horses, now taking fourth. Forever After All, fifth on her outside. Sweet Lady Ivanka is in sixth. Break of 5 more lengths back to the 2 trailer. Shaw Girl just to the outside of Mo Happy. First half mile, 48.37 seconds. Sunny River leads. Sunny River, Fine Cotton, Inventing to the far outside. Now the top 3 separated by less than a length. Here comes Inventing, now taking second. Inventing tries to draw alongside of Sunny River midway on the far turn, who still leads it by just a half length. Inventing is there on the outside. And then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Fine Cotton in third. Forever After All, then Sweet Lady Ivanka, quarter mile to go. And back up front, Sunny River and Inventing go at it for the lead. Top of the short stretch. Sunny River to the inside. Inventing is right there with her on the outside. Inventing and Sunny River coming toward the final furlong, matching strides at Keeneland. Inventing from the outside takes the lead by a neck. Sunny River is there to the inside. Inventing clinging to that narrow lead, and Inventing wins it for Luis Saez. Sunny River was across the line in second. Sweet Lady Ivanka was third, and Forever After All was fourth.
Keeneland sales graduate Inventing finding herself nearest the lead here in the late stages of this race. First time that she was really involved in a battle for the victory, and she's able to prevail over the favorite Sunny River, and she goes off at odds of 5-1.
This is a clever ride by Luis Saez to take it to the favorite, the 7, early. He had to make an early move under Inventing to just match strides with her coming down the stretch, and we saw completely different filly coming down the lane to get the win at 5-1. Congratulations to Rapoli Stable and Woodford Racing. Inventing with the maiden breaking score.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 4, Inventing, was first. Number 7, Sunny River, was second. Number 6, Sweet Lady Ivanka, third. Number 8, Forever After All, was fourth. 4-7-6-8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Ashview, the unofficial winner, number 4, Inventing. Owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, owned also by Woodford Racing LLC of William S. Ferris Jr., trained by Todd Pletcher, Luis Saez, the jockey. Inventing is a 3-year-old filly by Union Rags out of Unamacool by Giants Causeway, bred in Kentucky by Mount Brilliant Broodmares 1 LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 45.98 seconds. Results of race 6 official, 4-7-6-8. The official results for Keeneland's 6th. In the winner's circle, the Ashview Trophy presentation to the connections of number 4, Inventing. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 1, Safe Trip Home. Also scratch 13, Code 1. Scratch 15, Permafrost. And scratch 16, Miller's Right. Again, scratch the 1, Safe Trip Home. Scratch 13, Code 1. Scratch 15, Permafrost. And scratch 16, Miller's Right. A reminder, number 14, Miranda Rights draws into the race. Turf is firm, rail at 0 feet. No changes in race 8. Looking ahead to the featured 9th race, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. Scratch the 4, New Year's Eve. That's the featured 9th race. Scratch number 4, New Year's Eve. 10th and final race, scratch the 6, Big Sport. Scratch the 7, Feast. And scratch 8, My Man Flintstone. 10th and final race, scratch 6, Big Sport, 7, Feast, and 8, My Man Flintstone.
Race number 7 begins the late pick 4, final 4 events of the afternoon here at Keeneland on a gorgeous Saturday. We'll start the late pick 4, race 7, with a maiden 2-year-old event at a mile on the turf course. There are a few scratches. Go ahead and take out the 1, 15, and 16, as well as the 13. The 14 is going to draw into this race. Miranda writes for Mark Cassie and DJ Stables. I've got Ashcroft on top, the 11, who just clicked up to 5-1 from 9-2. This is as much a pedigree play as anything. It's a colt by Munnings from an Empire Maker First Dam, Sky Willow. She was a route turf winner, and this colt's half-siblings, both route turf winners as well. Debuted in the springtime here at Keeneland behind No Nay Hudson. That's a horse that ran in the Indian Summer, that big stout sprinter who put together a strong effort in there behind Private Creed. But playing Ashcroft on the stretch out and distance and hoping that the family bloodlines come through here today with all the turf route success that have happened in the past. Let's go over to the number 4 horse in here. That is Worthington for Mike Maker, colt by Classic Empire. He's the 3-1 favorite right now, and he was third on debut from an outside post, cleared from that outside draw, and sat second throughout most, but then ended up finishing third, beaten 5 lengths. So added distance here. It looks like he likes the grass based on that one run. He's by the champion 2-year-old Classic Empire, who was obviously good at a route of ground, and you've got Maker and Gaffleone, always a stout team on the grass course here at Keeneland. The number 8 horse, Daryl's Bolt for Chris Hartman, colt by Bolt Doro. He comes off of a dirt run, but we've seen a couple of horses this meet already come out of that maiden specialweight race at Churchill Downs and win races here at Keeneland. Raise Cane was the first one. We had one yesterday, so you've got to respect this September 17th race at Churchill Downs, race 5 that Loggins ran off the screen to win, and obviously Loggins came out of there to run such a bang-up second place finish in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. So I am just going back to this race, and will do so every other opportunity that I get this meet and for the rest of the year. And then the number 2 horse will round out the top 4 in this discussion. That is Hardy Choice for Brian Lynch. Hardy Choice is 12-1 right now, getting back onto the turf course, I should say. And last time out, maybe indicative of what we're going to see here today. Hardy Choice, based on that 8th place finish at Ellis, getting an opportunity to stretch out, half-brother to a turf winner for Susan and Jim Hill. Hardy Choice 13-1 with James Graham in the saddle, draws post 1 with the scratch of the 1, safe trip home. 15 minutes to post, race 7. Once again, start of that always important late pick 4 sequence here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Summer Wind. Maiden special weight, 2-year-olds at a mile over the firm turf. Rail at 0 feet. Double, pick 3, late pick 4 wagering here. Scratch the 1, safe trip home. Also scratch number 13, code 1. Scratch number 15, Permafrost, and scratch the 16, Miller's Right. A reminder, number 14, Miranda Wrights, draws into the race. Post time, 7 minutes.
Taking a look at the 5-horse warming up, going the wrong way. That is My Sanctuary, Lothenbach Stables, colt by Temple City. It is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day, and this first-time starter is certainly going to give you a big price, 20-1 as it sits right now on the tote board.
She does have a classy look to her, though, Scott. She's by Temple City out of a Belong to Me broodmare, and so definitely bred top and bottom for the turf. She does look like she might have a little bit more, or he looks like he might have a little bit more growing to do, as he is a May foal, and that was just kind of what I observed from him on the track. But I do like the good, strong warm-up that he's getting today.
Decent amount of support for the 7-horse. That's 6 Missions, Windstar Farm, Commonwealth Racing, colt by Ransom the Moon. Flavian's in the saddle, Flavian Pratt, Rudy Brisset. Maybe give him a pass on the Kentucky Downs run.
Yes, Rudy Brisset saying that he did not handle the surface that day. He was just bobbling pretty much the entire way around there. So chalk it up to a loss and move on, and I do think he's going to improve now, getting back to a more conventional turf course. His first race at Ellis was fine. He was a little bit green, so I think if he can take a step forward in terms of his professionalism in the afternoon, he's live.
Giovannino, the 12, good pedigree here. Intimish on the top, Indian Charlie first dam, and Giovannino, 1 race so far in his career, been working quickly at right here at Keeneland on the training track.
Looking at his workouts, looking at him as an individual on the racetrack, he is really keyed up. He is on his toes. He just seems like a horse that would possess more speed than what he showed first time out, Scott. He was lengths off of the pace, and he was even bet that day at 4-1. I have a feeling he's going to show more gate speed. Whether or not that leads to a better result, we'll see.
And then Miranda Wrights drawing in off the also eligible with the scratches to the inside. Another Keeneland September sales graduate from last year's yearling sale, and we'll see how this colt handles this outside draw with Adam Beschizza.
Both of his races have been fine, and physically it looks like he should be able to improve going 2 turns today, going a distance of ground. Now, the bad thing was last time out he managed to pretty much save ground throughout. Today he has the outside post position, so that'll be the biggest obstacle for him, but he does look really good on the track today.
2-year-old turf routers will start the late pick 4 here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Please note, in Keeneland's 7th race, change of equipment for number 11 Ashcroft today, blinkers off. Change of equipment for number 11 Ashcroft, blinkers off. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Dust Storm out for the lead. Hardy Choice is there toward the inside. Dust Storm has the advantage, though, heading into the first turn. Hardy Choice will go second. Joe Venino comes away running in third. Worthington is fourth. Ashcroft slides over to the inside in fifth. Miranda Wright sixth, moving up one position to the outside. Team leader, a lane off the rail, is in seventh. 6 Missions down toward the inside is eighth. Then a gap of nearly 5 more lengths to Daryl's Bolt in ninth. Tollgate Canyon is in 10th. My Sanctuary is 11th. Just for Luck is last of the 12, opening quarter, 23.02 seconds. Hardy Choice, the leader. Hardy Choice to the inside leads it by 3/4 of a length. Dust Storm is second up on the outside, a length and a half. And then Joe Venino is third by a head. Worthington is fourth and moving up, now taking third down toward the inside. First half mile in 47.67 seconds. Ashcroft against the rail fifth is 5 lengths off the lead. Miranda Wrights is sixth alongside that one. 6 Missions and team leader side by side, nearly 8 lengths from the front. Hardy Choice, the leader, midway on the far turn, as Dust Storm is second up on the outside by just a length. Joe Venino angles to the far outside from third. Worthington going to look toward the inside in fourth. Miranda Wright, center of the course, is fifth. Ashcroft is sixth back toward the rail. And here comes Joe Venino, and here comes Miranda Wright, and Worthington finding an opening from between horses. But Miranda Wright is running after Worthington. Late run from 6 Missions toward third. Worthington has the lead by a length and deep stretch. Here comes Miranda Wright for another try. It is Worthington in front. Miranda Wrights is in second. Worthington wins at a half length. Miranda Wrights was second. 6 Missions was third. Then Ashcroft up the rail.
Worthington improving upon that debut effort at Kentucky Downs, which was very solid back on the 3rd of September. Tyler Gaffalione jumps in the saddle here today, and he's able to hold off the number 14 Miranda Wrights, who ran a big race in defeat.
It put this horse in the perfect position, and we could see the number 14, Miranda Wrights, trying to challenge him coming down the stretch, but he couldn't quite get past him. Both of these two horses very game, but at the end of the day, Worthington got the better of the 14, but these two were well clear from the rest of the field.
Photo finish, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 4, Worthington, was first. Number 14, Miranda Wrights, was second. Number 7, 6 Missions, third. Number 11, Ashcroft, fourth. 4, 14, 7, 11. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the summer wind, the unofficial winner, number 4, Worthington, owned and bred in Kentucky by Water's Edge LLC of Mike Waters, trained by Mike Maker. Tyler Gaffley owned the jockey. Worthington, 2-year-old son of Classic Empire, out of Riva by Monarcos. 1 mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 36.9 seconds, and the results are official. 4, 14, 7, 11. Those results official for Keeneland's 7th race. In the winner's circle, the Summer Wind Trophy presentation to the connections of number 4, Worthington. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. No changes in race 8. Main track is fast, turf listed firm today. Looking ahead to the 9th race feature, the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. Scratch the 4, New Year's Eve. That's the 9th race, scratch the 4, New Year's Eve. 10th and final race, scratch number 6, Big Sport. Scratch the 7, Feast. And scratch the 8, My Man Flintstone. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch number 6, Big Sport. Scratch the 7, Feast. And scratch number 8, My Man Flintstone.
Race number 8, onward is a 2 allowance race, 6 furlongs on the main track. Fillies and Mares 3 and up begins the late pick 3, and 5-2 on Ain't Broke. That is the favorite for Brett Calhoun. I've got the number 2 horse Cancel This on top. 4-1 right now for the Keeneland graduate. CJ Thoroughbreds has consistently knocked on the door in the last few, and I'm going to trust that Martin Garcia can get this filly clean away from the gate for Dale Romans. I like Cancel This on top. 4-1 right now in race number 8.
She has been very close, and she could very well get the right type of setup today. She did get a good setup last time out. They went fast in front of her, 21-3, 45 flat for the half. But today we see a couple of speed types. The 1 Ain't Broke will probably send from the inside, and she could potentially get some pace pressure from some outsiders. So we will see if she gets the right type of setup. But you're right, Scott. She is very consistent, especially finishing in the top 3, and that's why I use her in the top 3.
The 5-horse Scenic Masterpiece comes out of a tough race. The Grade 3 Chillingsworth at Santa Anita just 13 days ago. Quick turnaround for this filly, the daughter of Candy Ride, and she was 4th in a field of 5 that day behind last year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint winner and champion female sprinter Cece.
She's an interesting horse because she clearly doesn't get out of the gate very well. You can see in the short comment, step slow, stumbled out of the gate, shuffled back. Sometimes when horses have a tendency to not break well, it becomes a habit, and it's really hard for them to shake that habit. But the fact of the matter is, Scott, this is a huge class relief for her. She's not facing any Breeders' Cup winners in here, and that's why I thought she really was a standout against this field.
You're So Silly, daughter of Lee for Phil Sims. She really came on with a career best performance last time out at Churchill Downs. Maybe it's just a situation, you talked about time of the year for some of these horses. They just do better in the fall. Maybe the fall, cooler months have done her some good because she really put together a career best effort at 26-1. So we'll see how she follows that up here for trainer Phil Sims with Jack Gilligan back in the saddle.
I think it's also just sticking to the sprint distance because she didn't run that badly first time out. It was, I think she learned a thing or two from that event. And then in their second start, stretched her out to the mile distance, which is kind of a quirky distance at Ellis Park. The mile is. She clearly didn't like it. So going back to the drawing board, shortening up her in distance at 6 furlongs, I would imagine they're going to stick to this distance moving forward.
Ain't Broke. She came back with a very good sprint run last time out. That was 7 months ago, though, on the cutback in distance. Brett Calhoun having this filly working fast over at Churchill Downs. So we know what she's got to do. Ray's got to get her out of there. Ray's good away from the gates with speed horses. Ray Gutierrez, I'm speaking of her rider. And Ain't Broke is the slight favorite right now at odds of 5-2.
Ain't Broke, don't fix it. This filly just needs to send from the rail post position and see if anybody can challenge her early.
We'll keep an eye on the tote board. Keep an eye on these fillies as they make their way to the front side. 13 minutes before the start of the late pick 3. It's race 8 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Matahari, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. No changes in race 8, post time in 7 minutes. The winner of the Dixiana Best Turned Out Award for the 8th race, Alex Mitchell, the groom for number 5, Scenic Masterpiece. Alex, congratulations.
On the track, warming up for race 8. There's a look at the 1. Still the favorite, slightly at 5-2. Ain't broke. Good energy out here. Looks ready to roll off the layoff with Ray Gutierrez in the saddle. Liking the looks of this filly in her warm-up.
Yeah, it definitely looks racy there on the track today, Scott. And as I mentioned just a few moments ago in the paddock, I think with a clean break, she'll find herself on the lead and say, catch me if you can.
Dame Joviali is the 3-horse, 8-1 right now. Saez for Rusty Arnold. And this is a filly that cuts back in distance. She'll probably be outrun early on, but try to make a move around that turn, one would think, as she gets Lasix for the 2nd time in her career.
This was a filly that kind of stood out to me in the paddock, Scott, for whatever reason. I mean, she is the 2nd longest shot on the board right now, but she was just really dappled. She looked like a happy filly right now, and maybe she can turn things around with the turn back in distance. I just kind of put past performances aside and looked at the individuals in the paddock, and I liked what I saw from her.
And the 5-horse Scenic Masterpiece. Quick turnaround, a ship all the way from Southern California for this race. A lot to ask of a young filly in a matter of just days to go from that grade 3 in Southern California to ship to Central Kentucky and compete yet again.
Yeah, I asked Jonathan Wong how many horses that he has sent here to Keeneland in the past, and he said he only had 1 race here in the past, and that was during the 2020 Breeders' Cup. So he has limited horses here. I think he's shipped about 7, 8 horses. He has more coming in tomorrow morning. So he was really selective with what he brought here, and he said he was very observant in terms of how she shipped out here. He was happy by what he saw. He was happy with her energy levels and her weight after shipping out here. So why not enter her in this race and go from there? So all really positive things that I heard from the Jonathan Wonkamp with regards to the 5 Scenic Masterpiece.
Yeah, looking for a second career win, looking for her first win on dirt. She broke her maiden going 6 furlongs at Santa Anita on the turf course back in April of this year. 3 minutes to post. It's race number 8 at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Matahari. They are at the post. And they're off. You're So Silly, quick into stride. Scenic Masterpiece is away well and moves up to challenge for the top spot as well as they head up the back stretch. And then comes Cancel This, who's down to the inside in third. Now moving forward within a neck of the top two. Dame Jovial drops back a spot as they head to the far turn. Ain't Broke will move by her to the inside. She's now fourth. Dame Jovial is fifth. Napa Candy is in sixth. And Rocky Causeway is last of the seven. Back up front, You're So Silly and Scenic Masterpiece go at it for the lead. 22.82 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Then a gap of 2 lengths. Ain't Broke is racing in third. A gap of 3 more lengths back to Cancel This in fourth. Dame Jovial is fifth, just over a quarter mile to go. You're So Silly tries to put a head in front. Scenic Masterpiece to the inside, Ain't Broke on the outside, but You're So Silly has the lead, and she's opened up here by 2.5 lengths. Ain't Broke tries to come after her with 1/8 of a mile to go. She's second. Scenic Masterpiece is in third. Cancel This is fourth. You're So Silly has the lead by 3 lengths at the 16th pole. Ain't Broke is in second. You're So Silly. Ain't Broke hasn't thrown in the towel yet, still trying, but here comes the wire. You're So Silly. You're So Silly wins it by 1.5 lengths. Ain't Broke was home second, going to be close for third, either Cancel This or Napa Candy for that third spot.
Fall time is her time. You're So Silly, back-to-back wins. Broke her maiden at Churchill at the beginning of October, just 14 days ago. Wheeled back here today and makes it another impressive performance on the dirt, sprinting, going it off at odds of 3-1.
Yeah, she and Jack Gilligan, the rider today, just really took it to the number 5 Scenic Masterpiece. Didn't let her get away with modest fractions on the front end. She pressured her throughout, and as that filly faded off the screen, she dug back in to hold off the late challenge by the one, Ain't Broke, to get the win today at a nice price of 3-1, and looks like she is just very good at sprinting on the dirt. I'd imagine she continues this campaign moving forward, but congratulations to the connections today.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 6, You're So Silly was first. Number 1, Ain't Broke was second. Number 2, Cancel This was third. And number 4, Napa Candy fourth. 6-1, 2-4, the unofficial results. Results are official for Keeneland's 8th race, 6-1, 2-4, the official results. Into the winner's circle, the official winner of race 8, the Matahari, goes to number 6, You're So Silly, owned by Constance Schubel, trained by Phil Sims. Jack Gilligan is the winning jockey. You're So Silly, a 3-year-old filly by Lee, out of Miss E on the QT by E. Dubai, bred in Kentucky by owner Constance Schubel. Official winner, 1 minute, 11.54 seconds, the time for the 6 furlongs over the fast main track. In the winner's circle, Dermot Fagan, representing Dixiana, presents the trophy for the Matahari Race 8 to the winning connections in 8th race, number 6, You're So Silly. Congratulations. And with that presentation, we move forward to the 9th race feature. Race 9, the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. Turf is firm, rail at 0 feet today. Scratch the 4, New Year's Eve. Scratch the 4, New Year's Eve. 10th race, a reminder, in the 10th event, scratch the 6, Big Sport, scratch the 7, Feast, and scratch the 8, My Man Flintstone. 10th and final race, scratch 6, Big Sport, 7, Feast, and 8, My Man Flintstone.
Where in this wide world can man find nobility without pride, friendship without envy, or beauty without vanity? At Dixiana Farms, we stand by a simple principle: better for the horse. We let them roam free like nature intended, and when ready, we unleash them on the track.
It's in the post, has the lead by a length. It's in the post to win it.
Dixiana Farms, where quality lives.
Today, Keeneland will celebrate the 39th running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, now presented by Dixiana. The internationally prestigious invitation-only Turf Stakes was named in honor of the lifelong horsewoman whose passion for racing left an indelible legacy on the sport. That love of both racing and the thoroughbred brought the Queen to Keeneland for the inaugural running of the race named in her honor in 1984. In tribute to Her Majesty, Keeneland has planted 6 cherry trees, 3 on either side of the infield tote board. The tree planting is part of the Queen's Green Canopy initiative to mark her Platinum Jubilee and to serve as a living legacy to her extraordinary service to her country and her people. Keeneland is honored to pay tribute to the Queen's racing legacy.
And that legacy here at Keeneland in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes presented by Dixiana continues in 15 minutes here at Keeneland Racecourse. We're taking a look into the paddock right now at the number 5 runner. That is Bella Bell, the daughter of Bellardo, winner of her first 2 starts in the United States when coming over from Ireland, winner of the Blue Norther, won the Grade 2 San Clemente Stakes at Del Mar. Very impressive performances in both, before finishing second behind Spenderella, arguably the divisional leader when it comes to the 3-year-old fillies, and did so in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks. I don't think that we've seen the best of this filly just yet, and that's why, Gabby, I'm willing to take a shot with her, the second choice, who's currently 3-1.
Yeah, her lone defeat in North America was the second behind Spenderella, who was undefeated in the United States. So that just goes to show you the quality that was in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks. She did go a mile in her first 2 races in North America, and even when you look at her races in Ireland, she went shorter distances. So I guess there still is a little bit of a question whether or not she will improve with added distance. She tried the 1 1/8 last time out. She sticks to the 1 1/8 once again today, as she is rearing up and really feeling herself in the paddock right now, Scott.
Yeah, she definitely looks like she's got a bit of an edge to her, and they are doing it on her own terms. So we'll keep an eye on her down in the paddock, as well as when she comes frontside as they make the final adjustments on Bella Bell for Agave Racing Benefits Family Trust, Netwig, and CYBT Racing. There's Akulik, the favorite at even money. Chad Brown with 4 wins in the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth Challenge Cup, and McCulloch comes into this race off of a victory in the Jockey Club Oaks Invitational at Belmont at Aqueduct. She won the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational earlier this summer at Belmont, and she's looking to add to what has been a brilliant 3-year-old campaign. It's just a matter of, is a 1 1/8 going to be maybe a touch too sharp for her? That's the question.
Well, it's interesting because in the beginning of the year, Scott, she lost against Grade 2 company. She lost against Grade 3 company. And then she pops up and wins the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational, and most recently in the Grade 3 at Belmont, or at Aqueduct, the Belmont meet at Aqueduct. I think this is one of those prototypical Chad Brown fillies that is just really hitting her stride right now, and onwards and upwards for McCulloch. Now, I am curious to know what kind of ride we're going to see from Irad Ortiz Jr., because this does seem like it's a paceless race.
California Angel, she sprung the upset last year as a 2-year-old in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine, coming from well out of it. Hearing earlier today from George Leonard that he feels that the pace is not going to be maybe as quick, so we'll get an opportunity to see her be a little bit more forward. But I think that her last 2 races are sneaky. I mean, she's going to have to take another step, but she is a filly that we know she likes it here, and we know that she belongs on the turf. She's just a better turf filly than what they were trying to do with her earlier on this year and running in the likes of the Rachel Alexandra on dirt at Fairgrounds.
As she will hope for a very fast pace to close into, but we do know that she likes it here at Keeneland. She did like the good listed turf course when she won the Grade 2 Jessamine with that, last to first move from off the pace. I just don't know how she's going to overcome the overall lack of pace in this race.
Gina Romantica, another one for Chad Brown in here, the number 2 horse for Peter Brandt. They went to $1,025,000 to acquire her out of the Keeneland September sale 2 years back in 2020. She won on debut at Tampa Bay Downs Sprinting, and she has evolved now into a grass filly in her last couple of starts. Winner of the Risk Averse against Restricted Stakes Company, and then second in the Grade 3 Pebbles over at the Belmont at Aqueduct meeting.
What's really cool about this particular filly, though, is that I just spoke to Carrie Brogdon with Mockmer Hall in the paddock just a few moments ago. They purchased the mare Special Me for $6,000, Scott. She went on to produce Stonetastic, graded stakes winner, Grade 1 place, Gift Box, Grade 1 winner, Special Forces, who's a multiple graded stakes winner. This mare, this family just keeps producing.
So many great stories like that we hear, whether it be at the September sale, the Keeneland November sale, which is coming up just after the Breeders' Cup this year. Great stuff there, and good luck to Peter Brandt, Chad Brown, Mockmer Hall, and the Brogdons. Less than 10 minutes to post before the Saturday feature, the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes presented by Dixiana.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured ninth race, 39th running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. Grade 1 for 3-year-old fillies. This stakes at 1 1/8 on the firm turf. Rail at 0 feet today. Scratch the 4 New Year's Eve. Scratch 4 New Year's Eve. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the feature. Number 1 is California Angel, owned by Chris Walsh, trained by George Leonard, Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. 2, Gina Romantica, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Flavian Pratt. 3, She's Gone, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Victoria Oliver, jockey Luis Saez. 4 is Scratched. 5 is Bella Bell, owned by Agave Racing Stable of Mark Martinez, Benowitz Family Trust of Sandra Benowitz, CYBT of John Rockford, owned also by Michael Nentwig and Ray Pagano, trained by Phil D'Amato, Umberto Rispoli to ride. 6, McCulloch, owned by Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. And 7, Paris Peacock, owned by the Glen Hill Farm of Craig Lavin Burnick, trained by Jessica Harrington, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Post time, less than 3 minutes. The winner of the Best Turned Out Award for the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, Gerald Crawford, the groom for number 1, California Angel. Gerald, congratulations.
There's a look at the 7-horse Paris Peacock, the Irish-bred filly coming over from Ireland for the first time for Glen Hill Farm.
And Scott, a common thread to this race is a lack of overall early speed. At least the horses that we're familiar with in the United States, they don't want to be on the lead. I talked to Craig Burnick with Glen Hill Farm, and I asked him what the approach will be with this filly, and he said they're going to the lead. That's why they found Florent Giroux, because they wanted to find a rider that would go to the lead and be aggressive with this filly.
She's not being ignored, 7-1 right now. She's Gone, the number 3 horse, 18-1, biggest price in this field, but G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and Vicky Oliver, they're no stranger to springing upsets. Thinking of Navratilova, not long back here at Keeneland Racecourse, the daughter of Curlin, regally bred. This is her first stakes try. She broke through on the first level allowance condition last time out. Looks like a filly that'll like the track to off the pace and probably sit a little bit closer if there isn't much speed, probably off the 7, one would think. 18-1 on She's Gone. The 2022 renewal of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Series presented by Dixiana is coming up in less than 1 minute.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 39th running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana, Grade 1. They are at the post. And they're off in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. There's Gina Romantica, McCulick in the opening strides to contest the pace. Bella Bell between that pair and Paris Peacock far outside. These four line up across the course, and Paris Peacock is moving forward along with Bella Bell. Bella Bell to the inside, Paris Peacock to the outside. These two go at it for the lead now. McCulick going to back away into third. Break of 3 lengths back to Gina Romantica. In fourth, nearly 5 more back to She's Gone. California Angel is last heading into the turn. Paris Peacock the leader. Paris Peacock moves by, gets over to the rail, leads it by a length and a half. Bella Bell goes second by a length. McCulick outward from the rail, third ahead. There's Gina Romantica, though, moving by to take third, and now to challenge for the second spot. That'll relegate McCulick back into fourth position. She's Gone is fifth, and California Angel is last of the 6, running just over 5 lengths from the front. 23.66 for the quarter, 48.22 for the opening half mile. Midpoint of the backstretch, Paris Peacock is the leader. Paris Peacock leads it by a length and a half. Bella Bell goes second a length. Gina Romantica third by just a neck. McCulick is fourth up on the outside into the far turn. She's Gone against the rail is in fifth, 4 lengths from the front. California Angel still last. Back up front, Paris Peacock the leader. Bella Bell still second. A length separates the top 2. Gina Romantica along the rail in third. Now McCulick starts to swing toward the outside. She's fourth. Now challenging for third. Still 4 lengths from the lead. Quarter mile to go. Paris Peacock to catch. Paris Peacock leading Bella Bell, who moves up on the outside. Here's Bella Bell coming after the leader, and McCulick tries to join them. Gina Romantica looks toward the inside. California Angel is still fifth. Here's Gina Romantica moving through and opening down toward the inside to challenge Bella Bell. McCulick third. Gina Romantica in front. Gina Romantica with the lead. She's got it a length and a half. She's got it by 2. She's got it. Gina Romantica wins the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana in 1 minute 48.2 seconds.
A 5th win in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes presented by Dixiana for Chad Brown and Peter Brandt. Gina Romantica, the $1,025,000 Keeneland September yearling, picks up a Grade 1 victory today.
Scott, Chad Brown has just been so dominant in this race year after year, and this one time it goes to the horse that was the second the higher price of the Chad Brown duo here at 9-2. Gina Romantica, what a special filly this has become, now getting that Grade 1 victory. Congratulations to Chad Brown, breeder Carrie Brogdon, and also owner Peter Brandt.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 2, Gina Romantica, finished first. Number 6, McCulloch was second. Number 5, Bella Bell, third. Number 1, California Angel, was fourth. 2-6-5-1, unofficial. Results are official for Keeneland's featured ninth race. 2-6-5-1, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's featured ninth race, 39th running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana, Grade 1. Number 2, Gina Romantica, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Gina Romantica, 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief, out of Special Me by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by Mockmer Hall, Kerry Brogdon, and Craig Brogdon. Keeneland $1 million September yearling, Gina Romantica. 1 minute 48.2 seconds for the 9 furlongs over the firm turf. Now, the trophy presentation for the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. Bill and Donna Shively, representing Dixiana, present to the connections of number 2, Gina Romantica.
Gina Romantica picking up a grade 1 in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes presented by Dixiana at the place that it all started. $1 million Keeneland September yearling from a few years back. Chad Brown back here with us on the turf course, and Flavian Pratt. It seems like a pretty straightforward trip that she had. Was saving ground one of the biggest keys to the run here today?
Yeah, she broke really well. I actually was hoping to make the lead, but the pace was fair, so I got myself tucked in, and she relaxed well and really kicked home well when it was time to make a move.
At what point did you know it was time to make that move?
Once I finally got the gap. Now turning for home, I got a good gap, and I squeezed on her, and she responded really well.
Flavian, well done.
Thank you very much.
A 5th win in the QE2 Challenge Cup Stakes, this time presented by Dixiana for Chad Brown. What was the difference today versus her most recent race up in New York, Chad?
Yeah, I mean, getting her out there in distance a little more, and she just has more experience on the turf, and she caught a clean break. I thought Flavian rode a terrific race, and she proved that she can get the extra distance and step up with top-class fillies.
What does it take to get a filly to peak like this at this time of the year?
A lot of patience, a lot of plan B and C with a horse we first thought was a dirt horse, and want to thank Liz Crow and her team for picking the horse out, and born and raised locally right in Lexington at Mockmer Hall, and a Keeneland graduate. You know, we've had so many great horses that we bought here, and 5 Queen Elizabeths. This is probably the most memorable, obviously, with the recent passing of the Queen. What an honor even to participate in the race, but to have such success in it, we're just really lucky to work with these horses.
Well, congratulations to you and Mr. Brandt.
Thank you.
Gina Roman.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Main track is fast. Scratch the 6, Big Sport. Scratch the 7, Feast. And scratch the 8, My Man, Flintstone.
Beverly Park is the favorite for the nightcap on this Saturday, 2-1 right now. The most successful horse of 2022. Nobody's run more races. Nobody has won more races than this son of Munnings. And Lynn Cash has traveled the country on this 2022 campaign, and we know he loves Keeneland.
You brought it up on Today at Keeneland earlier today, Scott, and I looked it up on Equibase. There's only one horse, or the second horse to have the most wins this year is Exit Right, and he has 8 victories in this year, in 2022. And in terms of starts of this year, the runner-up is called Pretty Loud with 21 starts. So there's really no contest here. Beverly Park with 23 starts this year and 11 victories this year as well. He's just in form with the scratch of the 7 Feast. I think he'll be able to dictate things on the front end, and he is undoubtedly the class of the field.
He scratched out of a race 2 days ago instead to go with this one. So Beverly Park, keep in mind, too, last fall he won 2 races during the fall meet. Maybe that can happen here. You never know. They like to run this 5-year-old, and he likes to run. Start 24 of his career comes up in start 24 of the year, rather, comes up in less than 10 minutes here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. Starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 6, Big Sport. Scratch the 7, Feast. And scratch number 8, My Man Flintstone. No carryover for that Toyota Super High 5, post time in 6 minutes.
Quickly approaching the nightcap, less than 5 minutes to post. Let's go to Ultimate, the number 4 horse for Tim Martin, Kylie Jordan, Prairie Meadows Invader. Need I say more, Gabby Gaudet?
This is your angle of the meet, I guess. Kylie Jordan also starting the morning off earlier today, working Tyler's Tribe, who's pointing for the Breeders' Cup on the turf. So starting the day early and finishing the day late with the nightcap.
7-1 in the 11 horse, the Queen's Jewels. Hunch play, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes today, presented by Dixiana. This is a gelding that will hopefully sit close if things go well for him. Obviously, he has proven time and time again this year that he belongs in these starter allowance races.
Wouldn't that be pretty serendipitous for this horse to win the final race of the day on a day that we have been celebrating the Queen all throughout the afternoon? The 11 Queen's Jewels, look, it doesn't take much. It won't take much for him to turn the tables on Beverly Park. He almost did it last time out, and with the right type of trip, with Florent Giroux back aboard, he very well could today.
Beverly Park finished second to Baby Yoda at a point here at Keeneland. I believe it was in the springtime. Divine Leader did the same thing if you go back to May at Churchill Downs, and Baby Yoda is that sprinter that put together such flashy performances last summer at Saratoga, came here, won a starter allowance race. So coming off of a 3-month freshening, if he's right, and obviously that's the key for any horse in any race, how they're doing at the time, he is good enough to win here today at 4-1.
I think it's more so about the pace scenario, Scott, and whether or not he can make the lead. With the 8 out, or excuse me, with the 7 out, with the 6 out, he'll be forwardly placed, but he might have the 10 Beverly Park pestering him the entire way.
The one, don't forget, Clocker report from today at Keeneland, part of it. This is a son of alternation, 0 for 2 in his runs at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll see how he fares from post position number 1. But again, a treat to have Beverly Park, the winningest horse of 2022, back here to Keeneland, looking for his 4th win overall at Keeneland Racecourse, looking for his 12th win in 24 starts this season. It's a rarity, so enjoy it. He's 2-1 on the board, Beverly Park for Lynn Cash and his Built Right Stables.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race. They are at the post. And they're off. Divine Leader comes right out for the early lead. Beverly Park is there, the opening strides as well. Montauk Daddy now kicks in between horses, puts ahead in front. Alexandros moves up against the rail to challenge for the lead now. Divine Leader goes third to their outside. Beverly Park lines up to the extreme outside, center of the track, a close fourth. Now the front four in a line. The Queen's Jewels just 2.5 lengths off that front foursome. Caught wide to the far turn, though, travels in the 5th position. Don't Forget is next. Ultimate is next to last, and a long way back to Hooper drives the bow to trails. 22.38 seconds the time for that opening quarter. Divine Leader, Beverly Park going at it for the lead around the far turn. Alexandros is third. Montauk Daddy has lost some ground in fourth. The Queen's Jewels is fifth. Has to go to the outside. Quarter mile to go. Still 4 lengths from the front. Ultimate swings out to the grandstand side with 6 to make up. Beverly Park has a narrow lead. Divine Leader is in second toward the inside at the 8th pole. Then a gap of 3. The Queen's Jewels third. Don't Forget dives to the inside in fourth. Ultimate to the outside in fifth. Beverly Park right alongside of Divine Leader. The Queen's Jewels still trying, still third. Divine Leader's fighting back for a narrow lead. Divine Leader is in front coming down to the line. Divine Leader, but here comes the Queen's Jewels. The Queen's Jewels got there on the wire for Florent Giroux.
Well, Beverly Park, it showed up again. He was battling 4 wide down the backstretch, involved in that battle. Divine Leader, they hook up now. But on the day that we celebrate the Queen, why not the Queen's Jewels to close out this Saturday card?
Only in horse racing, Scott. Only in horse racing do these things happen. The Queen's Jewels getting up for the victory and the final race of the day on Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Day.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and final race. Number 11, the Queen's Jewels, finished first. Number 9, Divine Leader, second. Number 10, Beverly Park, third. Number 1, Don't Forget, was fourth. Number 4, Ultimate, was fifth. 11, 9, 10, 1, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the unofficial winner, number 11, the Queen's Jewels, owned by Grit to Glory Racing, LLC, of trainer Tom Van Berg, Florent Giroux, the jockey. The Queen's Jewels, a 7-year-old gelded son of Scat Daddy out of Riverboat Queen by English Channel, bred in Kentucky by Fred Hertrick and John Fielding. 6 furlongs, 1 minute, 11.73 seconds over the fast main track. Results of Keeneland's 10th race official, 11-9-10 won for the official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Live racing resumes here tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern Time. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland and for Dixiana, thank you and good evening.